My oh my, welcome back, poker fans. We are finally on our main event. Welcome to the Chasin Bracelets National Championship. My name is Brian, this is Chris. We're happy to have you back with us. What's on the line here today?
Well, World Series of Poker. It's the biggest poker tournament that you can play in, the most famous of all of them, and somebody in the room tonight is going to be playing in that coming up next spring. So that's what's on the line tonight. We have some feature table footage that we're going to watch tonight as we continue our way towards that champion. But the top 20 tonight will all get something.
Yeah.
One obviously gets the main prize, but then 19 other people are going to get poker packages with a value of is it $1,500?
$1,500. So yeah, second through 20th get that. First place gets 10K plus 15K cash, or 1,500 cash, and the Chasin Bracelets bracelet. So we're very excited to see who that person might be. We started with 225 players today, down to 53. And let's go ahead and introduce our players on the feature table. In seat 1, we have Al Reese, who plays at Bubba's Bar in Minnesota. He's got $54,000 to start. Seat 2 is Carol Dearson at Last Chance Bar out of Illinois. She's going to be starting with $172,000 in chips. Cole Stone, I was going to say Cold Stone. Yeah, I got the wrestling in mind from Tag Team last night. Cole Stone at X's and O's Bar in Illinois, $16,000 in his starting stack. And joining us again on the feature table, Nels Peterson took second place in the Tag Team Championship last night. He's playing out of Danny's Dugout in Minnesota. $93,000 in chips. We have a development here. Skylar Sand also on the live stream last night for the Tag Team Champion, all in with King 9, running into Al Reese with pocket aces. His tournament life is probably over unless we see some kings and nines, essentially, and no aces. Skylar's going to need to hit 2 cards here.
6-7-7, not one of those cards, awfully thin now. And the turn is a brick, and that's going to do it for Skylar Sand.
Skylar Sand, I think, was on stream for just 14 minutes, so 1 minute today. He's got his 15 minutes of fame.
Where's Skylar from? Quick, we got to get in there. Where's Skylar from?
I cannot remember where. Oh, I can't remember because it's written down.
It's right in front of me.
Actually, he qualified online. He's out of North Dakota.
Oh, wow.
So,
cool.
Yeah, Skylar Sand, very interesting. Most of these players played in the bar league. Skylar Sand qualified online, made it to the main event, busts out in what would appear to be 53rd place. Going back to seat 5, Gary Lance plays at Six Poppers Bar out of Delaware. He's got $58,000 in chips. Next up, we have Adam Sabatka. I believe he was on the stream last night as well, or at some point. He's playing out of Brigham Tab in Nebraska. He's got $118,000 in starting chips. Bradley Craig playing out of Castleton Vets Club in North Dakota, $41,000 in chips. Russ Neil Adams plays at a Cross Tracks Bar. He's sitting in your 8th seat. That's in Nebraska, $94,000 in chips. And Skylar Sand, unfortunately, busted, but great run. I'm sure he had a lot of fun playing poker this weekend. Our blinds are at $3,000, $6,000 with a $6,000 big blind ante.
All right, so the button and the blinds are involved in this hand. 3 players. 7, 8, 3, all diamonds. So Al Reese flops a flush, but Cole has got the second nut flush draw with the king of diamonds. I have a feeling it's going to be another late night here tonight at the Golden Nugget.
Yeah, it's most likely going to be.
An unbelievable turnout for the main event of people who either qualified while they were here or for people that qualified before the event. All in for 4K from Cole and a call from Reese. So Cole needs another diamond if he wants to continue playing. Ace on the turn. And the river's a 3. So 2 hands, 2 players eliminated. In a button blind battle.
There we go. Probably down to about 51 players. We're not sure what's happening on our other tables.
Well, you keep it up at this pace, we'll be done real quick.
Real quick. Unfortunately, we have, I believe that'll be 6 tables left. But we'll probably be seeing some new players entering fairly soon. Let's balance out the tables. What did you do today, Chris?
Well, we watched some football. It did not go well for my home team today, North Dakota State. Ran into a buzzsaw in the South Dakota State Jackrabbits today, and so that pretty much clonked the rest of my day after that. And then a nice solid nap.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little nap and then a little dinner. So
I was able to catch the Bison game at my uncle's house in Vegas. He also went to NDSU. I believe he played for the Bison way back in the day. He was a tight end, if I remember correctly. Adam Sabatka waking up with a nice hand here. Ace-Queen suited of clubs. Bradley Craig will fold.
So we're going to give you a little taste of live stream here for a little while, and then we'll take a break, and we'll come back later tonight for the final table. So we are.
So, yes, we are going to. Nels Peterson with King Queen. Oh, he folds. We're not sure what happened. We had some inter-office memos being passed around. But we are missing Skylar Sand. And who was our other person eliminated?
Cole.
Cole. Russ Neal, I believe, well, I need to know his full name. It says Russ Neal Adams, but I'm not sure if that's Adams across Trax Bar. I don't think that would be correct. Adam Sabatka looking down at a couple of ladies. He's going to make sure that Tortoise there keeps his cards safe and protected from any errant wind gusts that might enter the room. It was a windy one outside today.
Was it?
I gotta say, yeah. Bradley Craig folds. Russ Neal will fold. Al Reese will fold. Carol Dearson will fold. Over to Nels Peterson looking down at King 5 offsuit. And over to Gary Lance in the big blind. He'll fold as well. Adam will take down the pot. Oh. Is it in Adams, Nebraska?
It appears to be in Adams, Nebraska.
Okay, so we have...
We've solved the riddle. The mystery has been solved.
Okay. So his name is Russ Neal. He's playing out of Adams, Nebraska, in a bar called Across the Tracks Bar.
They do offer dine-in and curbside pickup.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
So if you want to do that, happy hours from 4 to 6, Monday through Friday.
Would you call that like a 4.7 star rating?
I don't see...
I saw it at the top. You got that rating there. So that
Oh, yeah.
highly rated bar. If you're in Nebraska, and heck, if you're passing through, but we do have an all in here. Interesting hand. Same cards, different suits. Bradley's got a suited. Russ Neal, 41K to call. That'll be just under half his stack.
Easy to push with ace-6, hard to call with ace-6.
See some folds around to Nels. Sounds like we're going to have a couple new players coming in. We'll get their names and chip stacks once we get handed a sheet of paper with that information on it, of course. And if you're just joining us, you are watching live coverage from the Golden Nugget Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada. This is the Free Poker Network main event. We've had 4 qualifying events in total this weekend, which included the winners of the top 15 or 25%, depending on the tournament, were going to win chips into the main events here. And also there were mystery bounties out there. Looks like in total, about $4,500 in mystery bounties on the weekend. Okay, joining us in seat 9 will be a gal out of Illinois playing at the Town Bar. 65,000 in chips. Please welcome Loretta Henschel.
And welcome to the table. She's all in with ace king.
Oh, goodness. Up against Al Reese's Pocket Kings.
So action now on Al. 65,000 to call. He's already eliminated 1 player from this feature table.
No mystery bounties in this tournament.
Man, what a good last 10 minutes for Al. He had aces and now kings. Chipping up very quickly here in the final quarter or so of this tournament. With 225 players that started and down to around 50-ish. I thought he had folded for a moment.
I thought so too. That was confusing. He said call and threw his cards near the center of the table. Gary Lance getting out of the way with ace-queen, suspecting perhaps a pocket pair or just not wanting to tango with that ace-queen.
Most importantly, we saw one of the aces has now been folded. So that hurts Loretta's chances.
We're going to get a quick chip count from our dealer. Actually chatted with him. He really enjoyed the live stream last night.
Oh, fun.
I don't know if it's a compliment, but he said he fell asleep to it.
I'll take the. It was very late last night, so
it was. Whether you were in Eastern or Western time, Pacific time, it was a late one. So we'll have Loretta's Ace King versus Al's Pocket Kings. Loretta's tournament life at stake. She's going to want to see possibly a Jack or 10 at this point, or an ace and an.
And now running diamonds.
Oh,
yep.
Wow.
Picks up 9 total outs.
And a Jack on the river.
Not going to do it.
That's going to eliminate Loretta. Darn.
So you got 1 hand at the feature table. Loretta, hold your head up high. Thanks for qualifying.
The 3 seat.
Seat.
Coming into your 3 seat.
You're going to need a fresh 9 seat. We're just running through players.
Maybe you'd. Yeah.
Brought to this table.
3 players have been eliminated on the live broadcast thus far.
We're doing the work back here.
looks like we will have a pretty sizable chip stack coming to the table in the 3-seat. We have Larry Sunberg playing out of Perham, Minnesota. He's going to have a starting chip stack of 124,000. Welcome, Larry. Your time here may be short.
Well, Larry is sitting down with a little bit of a juicier stack at 124,000 with blinds at 3 and 6. Still plenty of play there. But yeah, anybody that has 60K or less that is sitting at this table is getting into watched situation. And Al has he's been taking advantage of this table, getting great cards, getting people shoving into him with big hands.
See a few folds here from some less than premium hands. Brad Craig will, in the small blind, call. Option to Russ Neal with pocket nines. Looks like we are going to be seeing a raise. Raise to 41,000.
Well, that's a raise that means business.
Definitely defending that big blind position. Going to test Brad and Al to see if they really have cards they want to call with. This is going to... Brad would have to go all in if he would make the call.
And he's not
want to
going
continue playing, so...
Maybe a hair aggressive, but you got rid of cards that maybe could outflop you.
I do much rather would be pulling chips towards me than seeing them leave. So good little pot scooped up there. There we have our chip stacks. Brad and Gary at the most risk, being in under that 10 big blind level, where your chip stack really isn't too scary for a lot of these players. See what Larry does with his King 10 suited. He'll make the call. See, folds around to Bradley Craig. Will also fold. Russ in the small blind. 3,000 to go.
Look at this, Al just picking up hand after hand now with ace queen, but does not raise. Checks his option out of the big blind. King 8-4 with 2 diamonds. So Larry is ahead.
Larry's going to make it 18,000 to play. Suspect we'll see Russ Neal bow out of this hand. We'll see if Al wants to stick around. He's got a sizable chip count, but...
He did not, and so a win is a win is a win. And Larry did show that he had King 10. Advertising the fact of, that's something, I'm not betting with nothing. I know I don't know any of you, because you got to remember, 225 players, odds are these players may not have been playing together, and as new people keep funneling through, you're more or less maybe sitting down to a table who have been playing together for a couple of hours.
Yeah.
It can take you a little while to get used to the table dynamic. You start talking about who seems to be the table captain sometimes,
Oh,
the
sure.
person who is kind of running the action. And who the big stacks are. So it can take a little while to get used to being pushed into a new table. Again, just another one of those things in the game of poker that you don't know until you know.
Yeah.
You just have to live and do it and go through, the process of playing to get used to it. And unless you're playing in a lot of multi-table tournaments, you maybe never get that experience.
It's very true. So Nels will call. We're going to fold around to Brad. Got a couple suited connectors there.
All right, 3 p.m. tournament dealers, blinds are up. 1,000, 2,000, 2,000 in the 3 p.m. tournament.
Brad's going to raise to 18,000. Action on Russ. Go to the blinds. Al finally picking up a less than premium hand, but he'll make the call. I do like seeing hands that aren't considered premium being played, because it does disguise your hand should you hit a 10 or say 2 3s come on the board. It's less likely these players are going to pick up on that.
So Carol folded the option. No,
it was raised, so she did.
she did. Yeah, okay. But interesting that she folded. She was already in for 6,000. It was a raise to 18,000, knowing there was another. And she's
Yeah.
already got 12,000 in with her blinds and ante. So situational
Very true.
poker.
Can't forget about it.
We had heard that she is very new to the game. Been playing for less than a year. Carol has in C2.
That's what my people are telling me, and Bradley flops they call that Broadway. We're going to call that a Fremont, because that's what street we're on.
He's going to hope to get paid. He's only got 20,000 left. Bad news is for him is that Nels just got one pair and Al has got just a gutter ball, so he's not going to get any more chips out of this. But that kind of a flop is an absolute action killer for smaller hands, and good hit, but kind of opportunity wasted there that nobody else, no other draws or anything else were out there. But
Brad's happy, though. He was, prior to this hand, one of the short stacks, and he's starting to make his climb to the top.
so the top 20, if you would get paid today, spots 20 through 2 all get a $1,500 poker package. And then the winner tonight will win a $1,500 travel allowance and then a seat into the World Series of Poker main event.
Worth $10,000.
So that's what's on the line here tonight. We still have a ways to get there, but starting with 225, working our way down to around 50 right now.
We should be under that 50 mark. So
Well, heck, we've already eliminated, 8, 9 players at this table.
That's what it feels like.
Seems like it was going pretty quick.
Al will fold over to Carol. Carol and Larry will fold, so will Nels.
So tournament started this morning at 10 a.m. Main event started at 10 a.m. The players just got done with
Dinner break.
one of the big break that they were going to have. And so that just got done. And so these players fairly fresh now. You got a 90-minute dinner break. You come back and play an hour and a half, take another break. So how many hours have you been playing this week? Like how many qualifiers have you been in, or you've been playing cash games or whatever it might be. But you're getting. I was just talking to Brooke from Free Poker Network outside. He said, I haven't had a drop of booze at all in the last day.
Yeah.
He's like, I just feel like I'm hungover. I'm like, yeah, the no sleep's finally catching up to you.
I have been feeling that as well
Like-
today, and I didn't drink it all last night either.
It gets you. It gets you.
It's something in the air. Could be cigarette smoke, maybe.
I think for me, it's just you get to Vegas and all rules of sleeping and time just go away.
Out the door.
Yeah.
And then when you finally do rest your head, you can't help but only hear the bells and whistles and dings of slot machines.
Going in your head nonstop. Yeah.
It's like for the next 3 days once we get back home, too.
All right, not much happening with this hand. Carol on the button, calls with ace-9 of clubs. Larry Sundberg. Calls, and Nels is going to push the action up to 54,000.
Now it's going all in.
Sensing the weakness from the button in the small blind. Just limping in. Carol folds. And I'm guessing Larry's also going to follow suit, and sure enough.
You got to be sure of your sense of weakness if you're going to shove with 5-3 in that position.
Yeah, you know, people in a late position on the button, small blind, are probably going to limp with, you know, a lot of loose aces, a lot of, you know, king 10, queen 10, and they're only calling for 6,000, and you shove 50,000 to somebody. Odds are you're not, you know, you're going to be live. You're going to have 2 live cards, and so it turns into one of those. You just have to know the situation you're in and do that a couple of times in order to get yourself some free orbits and wait for a premium double-uppable hand.
Well, Nels Peterson, I won't be questioning him anymore. I don't think I was questioning there, but Nels Peterson is a decorated poker player, one of our Free Poker Network national champions. Al Reese has been cooling down a little bit, but I'd say the run good is still there. Carol will raise to 12,000.
Just a min raise. Now Nels with pocket threes. Calls from the small blind. Gary with a weak ace. Just 6,000 more to call. He's already in for 12,000 with the big blind and the 6K ante, so you got to be calling here, and decides not to.
Especially being short. He does have a short stack, so do I want to throw in another 6,000? However, there's his ace. Hindsight, of course, we know that, but what's another 6,000? We're already so invested into the pot.
Again, you got to think about situations in the game of poker. Carol bets on the flop and wins the pot, so 24,000 goes to her stack. And you know, sometimes you have to think more about the situation, think more about what the other player is doing. You get so wrapped up in how many chips I have. And most people that I know that are experienced in the game of poker, it's like the cards are almost the last thing you're thinking about, right?
Yeah.
Like you're thinking about bet size. You're thinking about what a person is doing, trying to pick up on tells. You're thinking about the story, you know, the blind levels, my positioning, you know, stuff I put in a computer in my brain of watching people play. There's so many things that are going on. It's almost like the cards sometimes
They don't matter.
are like the last piece of the puzzle, you know, not the first thing that I think a lot of people, myself included, get very wrapped up in. Again, I would take any poker advice that is given during this live stream with not a grain of salt, but like a block of salt. Like listen to what we're saying and then get a block of salt and lick on it for half an hour and then see how it comes
Be
out.
careful what you wish for. The Moose Lodge is here. I think Moose, dear family, they do like to lick salt, so. Al. All right, we're back in the hot seat with Al. Ace 10. Carol's Got a little king-queen action. Nels will fold. So one thing that's always interested me or kind of fascinated me is we can call it the rhythm or the cadence that players go through, whether they have a hand they want to fold, they know they want to or not. They try to take either the same amount of time or just try to go through the same routine of motions so as to not start giving away tells.
Yep.
I think Nels is one of those people, and Gary next to him seems to be one of those people.
So bet a 6,000 from Al and a call from Carol. Sorry about the floor announcements. You're probably picking those up on the mic, drowning out my life and soul.
On note, players, we will be alternating between the
We can just let them take over.
The green clock, we will be alternating.
Carol will bet 12,000.
FPN main championship and our 7 p.m.
Oh, sorry. Carol did bet 12. Al must have checked. Carol bet. It's up to Al to call. That's exactly what it says. I'm not reading that right.
7 p.m. tournament dealers, your button will be in seat number 9. Button is in seat number 9. Blinds will be 100, 100. Players, good luck. Dealers.
I was told, well, we'll
pitch
wait.
those cards.
I was told prior to our live stream starting up here, Carol, as we've mentioned, playing for poker for less than a year, has been running the table because these guys moved to this feature table, but she has been just running laps around all the other guys on the table. So it'll be interesting to see how Carol reacts and plays, getting deeper and deeper into what is most likely the biggest tournament she's played in.
Now, obviously, people that are into this, they got in.
Main.
Doggone.
Blinds are now up 4,000, 8,000, 8,000 ante. This is for the FPN main event. Blinds are up 4,000, 8,000, 8,000 on the antes.
All right. So, as I say, most, when these people, you get to a state championship or you've played in one of the qualifiers here, you have kind of gotten that taste of playing a little deeper. Obviously, if you win a championship or, at the league nights or what have you, you've gotten to the point where you've won, you've closed it out, right? Like you've sealed the deal. That can be a big help. But, if you put somebody who has been playing poker for less than a year up against somebody who's been playing poker for a decade, you're going to notice a noticeable difference there.
Big time.
Skill set. That doesn't say that the person with the least amount of experience can't win. It's just, obviously, experience pays off.
Gary folding King Jack. See what Adam does with a slightly less premium hand. He'll also fold. And Brad with pocket tens.
So the next hand, as we just heard, will be going to 4,000 and 8,000. So that would put Bradley, obviously, in the next, blind here. Underneath that 10K or 10 big blind number. New player coming in seat 9, I believe. Do we have a seat open? Yeah, we have a seat open in 9. So we do get a call. Or was that a raise and a fold? Raise and fold, sorry. Got distracted by the incoming Bob
Schreiner. Be coming out of Minnesota.
Not walking over with many chips.
Will he meet the eventual demise of seat 9?
He's the third player here at this final feature table. Third player to come and take the 9 seat. Just 26,000. Bob was playing last night. He was actually the partner of Nels.
That's correct.
They were the tag team partners last night. couldn't quite get it done, couldn't seal the deal and win the bracelet or the belts last night for the tag team belts.
Very close, though. It was a wild finish. If you want to go back and watch it, you can head over to the Facebook or YouTube page that you may already be watching on. Just a few hours out of your day.
Things got a little loose last night
They did.
with the commentary. Got a little silly at a couple points.
But that's okay.
It'll happen.
If you've watched poker before, they are really good at analyzing the hands and what happened, all this and that. They know the odds and percentages. I think we like to take a different approach and just purely entertain you. We know at poker what's happening. We can announce the action. But I think that's what sets us apart from the rest.
Well, yeah, I'll tell you this too. This is, it's Free Poker Network. This is every person. This is your ordinary run-of-the-mill poker players who just love the game. And so, yeah, I might question a move here time to time, or wonder what the thought process is. But at the same time, this is us. Like these are my people, our people.
Our people, yeah. I think that just goes to speak how much of a grassroots movement the Free Poker Network really is you don't have to be good. It's really about the community that we bring here. A lot of these guys have been to Vegas, over all the many years we've been doing this. And it's really built friendships and lasting, I guess relationships. Maybe someone got married at one point because they played in the Free Poker Network. If that is you, go ahead and throw a comment either on Facebook or YouTube.
Hey, you never know. You go down to your local bar to play some poker, you meet somebody, not out of the realm of possibility. Talking about realm of possibility, so here's our chip stacks. Bob Schneider,
Schreiner.
Bob Schreiner, excuse me. Just 26,000. Gary with 48,000. So you've got 4 players at the table, Russ on down, that are they're in action mode with blinds at 4K, 8K with an 8K ante.
Yeah, it's definitely getting a little bit more expensive, and Al Reese getting another nice hand here, but not nice enough.
An early position, get rid of it. Nels Peterson, ace-5. One of the players that was on that list, yep. Any ace will do when you got 60,000 in front of you. You can get a third of that stack just by getting all the blinds to fold when you shove like this. So now to Russ on the small blind. And not picked up Russ's cards, but they were non-playable, and it looks like Bob is going to call. No, he's going to fold. Kind of surprised there that he's only got 10,000 chips after he just paid the big blind. He had 16,000 invested. I know it hurts, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But 4-5 is not the worst hand in the world when your tournament life is sitting there looking at you in the face.
10K doubles to 20, to 40, 80, 160. Do that a few times, you're looking at a pretty good stack. I think that's the strategy Bob's employing.
Well.
And there we go. As you can see on the graphic there, our next promotion begins pretty much right now at all the leagues around the country. We're giving away $100,000 to our next year's promotion. You'll see us here basically doubling down on what we currently are running. If you want a piece of the action in qualifying, basically you can play in any one of 3 seasons that run January through September. You can play in the bar of your choice. If you don't have a bar near you and you want to be involved in the Free Poker Network, head to freepokernetwork.com. Click on the login/sign up button. Just need to use your phone number. We're not asking for emails quite yet. We won't spam your inbox, but phone number, request to start a league, and you too may be right here on the live broadcast.
So we got a limp from Larry, Nell shoves with 9s, and action's going to be folded around.
Now remember from last night, Nell's entire family is here.
Yeah.
Nell's entire family qualified for the main event here. We have 2 people with pocket 6s.
Yeah, here's Bob Schreiner.
I mean, that's just extremely unfortunate to know. Bob's hand cannot improve unless he sees other cards than the 6 he's going up against.
9's an overwhelming favorite. And if you took the 9s and turned them upside down, they look like 6s. So there's a lot of numbers.
3 p.m.
There
tournament
are.
Dealers, blinds are up. 3 p.m. tournament dealers. 1,000
So,
small
Bob
blinds,
Schreiner at
2,500
risk
big
here,
blinds,
pocket 6s
2,500
versus
big
Nell's pocket 9s. We're going to see
3 p.m.
Queen
tournament
7
dealers.
4,
Blinds are up.
2 spades, 4, 5, 6, 7. He's got an open ender. And an ace on the river, and Bob Schreiner meets seat 9.
Seat 9
And now
beats up another
says
person. Oh,
goodbye. There it is. There's some love.
yeah. The two of them spent
Oh.
a lot of time together playing yesterday in the tag team event.
You love to see that. Nell's great character in the Free Poker Network. Also, obviously, great sportsmanship. I nominate Nels Peterson for the Sportsmanship Award. It's a unofficial award.
I would like to nominate him for the Humanitarian at the Poker Table Award, also fictional.
And there he is. Bob Schreiner says, I bid you adieu.
So here's
a
the
thumbs
thing:
up.
is that Nels is one of these players that he has obviously been here before. He's won this event before. I'm guessing there's plenty of other tournaments that he has gone deep in, and you have that kind of experience and chips. Could
That's
be
scary.
A very dangerous combination. Nell's running up to 114,000.
He was sitting around that 60K mark just a few hands ago.
Yep.
So putting in the work, righting the ship, getting his chip stack to a much better sizing. Brad will raise, it looks like, to 18,000. Al will fold. Carol attempted a check. Not going to sneak that one by the dealer.
Again, yeah, I realize this. You got 16,000 invested. I hate to keep harping on this, but it was only 20,000 to call. Correct?
Yeah. He raised it up to 18.
Okay, so it's 10,000 more to call, and you've already got 12,000 in the pot. You
Well,
have suited connectors.
and this is maybe a good little learning point to you guys, the viewers at home, if you're a little bit newer to poker. But let's remember, Carol Dearson,
Less than a year.
less than a year
I mean,
playing in the league, actually playing poker in general, and she's finding herself on our feature table here at the main event here in Vegas. So it's still an incredible story, an incredible experience, and something that Carol can pull from in the future, lean back on, and remember these situations, and we'll probably see her, I suspect, in the future.
Well, and so that the thing is, when you get to play, and I've watched way too many hands of poker, right? What you get to start seeing is that people, that's why they're successful, right? That
Yeah.
they exploit situations, they see your weakness, whatever it might be, and they go for it. And so, just situation, be aware of what's going on. And you fold. It's your right. It's your ability to
Yeah.
do whatever you want. But at the same time, you're going to be heads up with somebody else, even if they've got a big hand. You've got okay.
Well,
I kind of
that line
the
of
horses.
thinking gets me in trouble at the slot machine because,
yeah.
I'm already invested. Let's just go all the way, and then I have nothing.
I hear you.
So,
So Nels is running really good right now. Pocket nines this time around. Look at that. Larry's running scared. Fives hit the dust real fast. And he's showing, I love it. You got a good solid player in Nels.
he says, boys, I'm shoving with almost anything that looks pretty good to me. There could be some strategy going into showing the other players your cards. It's not always recommended. Sometimes it's just unbelievable and you don't want to just throw it in the muck. What's happening? Information, though, in poker on other players is very valuable. If you know how to wield that power. Gary, 8,000 to call. Gary Lance shoving all in with 48,000. Adam getting out of the way. Brad folding as well, I'd assume. Fold over to Al, who will also most likely fold. Larry will fold, and then we'll see what Nels has cooking underneath. Gary Lance will scoop up the blinds and annies, and not a moment too soon, because he is now essentially paid for his big blind that is he's gonna have to pay for now.
For sure, the coldest seat at this feature table is that 9 seat. We've already had 3 players come and go from the 9 seat itself.
And I think you could put any size chip stack there. It'll be interesting to see how that dynamic of this table right now plays out throughout the evening. Perhaps our eventual main event national champion could be sitting at the 9. That would really be something. Bradley will fold. And Russell going all in for 80,000. We'll see if he can find any callers. Carol folds over to Nels. Might not get any action for Russ.
No, doesn't look like anybody's home. But still, he's going to shove and pick up the blinds and annies.
That's a good feeling when you're short stacked at the table, that
Yeah,
you can at least finance the next round on the table.
You just got a quarter of your stack for free by shoving the chips in.
It's just, I'm 2 away from a complete redraw. At what time we'll have to take a pause break.
So we're at 29. We are currently standing at 29 players. Once we hit 27 players, that would be 3 tables remaining, we are going to do a total redraw. So we'll refill that 9-seat position, and I suppose the rest of the seats as well, but we'll see a whole new batch of players.
Over under, if there's 27 players left with 3 tables, over under the amount of people who we see currently at the feature table will come back to the feature table. I'm going to put the number at 3.
That's the number I was thinking as well.
That 3 of these players will be back with 6 new players.
I believe so as well.
Okay.
That's what I was thinking. I even had my fingers up waiting for you to say yours.
I'm gonna give you a chance to get your $15 back. I'll take the under.
You'll take the under and I get the over?
And you get, if it's 3 exactly, it's a push.
Okay.
You can have over 3. I'll take under 3.
Okay, that's a deal.
Shake.
We'll shake on it.
Here we go. There's another one of those situations where Russ has decided to raise instead of shove. He raises to 16,000, just a min raise, and you've already seen Nels be very active, showing good hands. He knows how good of a player he is. He's seen what he's already been doing at this table. This is a situation where Nels wants to be careful because he does. Russ has got that stack size. You want to keep it scary.
Yeah.
Right? That's one piece of advice I'd gotten playing tournament poker is you want to keep your stack scary. You don't want to become an instant call. Right?
No. Yeah.
Once you become an instant call, like less than 5 or 8 big blinds, you start getting instant called by people.
And you're getting called super light.
And
then
right.
it hurts that much more when you do lose.
You're in trouble, yeah. And Nels making the right decision to just ship them all in.
Taking the decision out of his hands, placing it into Russell's hands.
See, in that early position here for Russ, that I think this is a bit of a misstep when you even min raising to 84,000. You know, the correct raise should be to 24 to 30,000, but then that's a large chunk of your stack. Now you just dusted off 16,000 chips in early position trying to pick up the blinds. Situational poker. If you can learn nothing else, situational poker.
Nell's taking advantage of the situation.
Yeah, he's chipping up real good. But even still, he's not, he doesn't have 300,000 in chips or, $500,000 or something like that. Like he still has, a relatively.
I mean, he runs into one
average.
hand. Yeah, he runs into one hand when he's going all in. That has him crushed, and now Nels will all of a sudden either be facing elimination or being severely crippled. Russ will most likely fold this hand. Russ utilizing the finger flick to fold.
It's dangerous. The cards flip up too much when you do
Yeah. I've done that plenty of times.
that. Catch a little wind and whoop.
Over to Nels. Nels no longer in a situation where it's shove or fold. Can have a little bit more discretion, tightening up his range. Gary Lance, though, different story.
Yeah, Queen 10 looking good, and I think Nels is kind of wishing he would have got involved with his hand.
Oh, boy.
He looked a little frustrated. Over to Adam Sabatka. Adam hasn't played very many hands this feature table, kind of just been a willing participant in what's going on around him.
Probably in his mind saying, don't put me at seat 9. And we are going to see a call. Brad Pocket Sevens now has something to think about. I won't say only 40,000 more to call, But he is in the big blind.
Keep this in mind, is that Adam didn't reopen the betting by shoving.
He just called.
He just called and he left 66,000 behind. So to me, that's an indication that he's maybe a little scared. He didn't want to get all the chips in to offer protection and go heads up.
The blinds are up, but if you look up and you see a clock that is different from your tournament,
Maybe we're.
not worried.
What is up there?
The answers.
And also calling. Okay.
So 2-on-1, two players, Bradley and Adam, both have Gary covered. So Gary with a chance to triple up.
And this pot is up to 152,000. Whoever takes this one home is going to be sitting a lot more comfortable. There's a King Adam taking the commanding lead.
So he's got 66,000. That's just barely more than what Bradley has, and it could be even closer than that depending on how accurate the chip count is. It's usually pretty close.
Yeah, Adam throwing out just a really small sizing at 12,000.
That's bait.
Just enough to get Brad out. Gary Lance risking elimination. He's going to need to see a lot of help here. 5 on the turn. He's drawing dead.
Yeah, drawn dead, going to the river.
So Gary Lance eliminated in 28th place, perhaps.
He's got a Philadelphia Eagles shirt on, so he had a pretty good day playing poker and paying attention to his favorite football team, securing the #1 seed in the NFC today, getting a week off. So
that's
they
huge.
Had to win today in order to make that happen. So
again, once we get down to 27 players, so we might take a pause at any moment, we're going to reshuffle the positions. Going to see a whole new batch of people.
and that done competitive advantage that these people, they've been playing together all day. You want to kind of shuffle it up. That
At the national championship, it was Beast Poker at completing the hand-on.
Okay,
We
now
have 27 players. We will be redrawing for the final 3 tables.
all right. So we just had the
At
announcement.
the national championship,
Yep, we
Beast Poker play after the hand-on.
So after this hand, we're going to take a short pause while we get the players reseated at different spots. And again, 3 is our
3
number.
is the over-under. Nell's walking into Ace-King. We'll see if he can knock out the 27th player, which would quite frankly cause a panic amongst those trying to reshuffle. Not really. Nels will raise it up. 28,000. Adam and Brad will fold. Russ taking his time on this decision, knowing Nels has been kind of aggressive, even a little light as of late.
And keep in mind, we're also now just 7 away
From being in the money.
Being in the money, so that will start to come into play too. And a player like Nels is going to take advantage of people who are sitting in that spot of, it's really uncomfortable, but I'm trying to hold on with my fingernails.
Trying my darndest. So we are going to take a break. We're going to do a reshuffle. We'll be back after that. You're watching live coverage of the Chasin Bracelets National Championship in Vegas. We'll see you on the other side. Okay, and welcome back, everybody. Thank you for being patient over the break. We have just reshuffled. What do you call it? Reseeding? Redrawing for seats. We're down to 27 players. You're watching the main event at the Chasin Bracelets National Championship for the Free Poker Network. We are live from the Golden Nugget in Las Vegas. We have 7 new players at the table, which means I lost our side bet. You took the under on 3 players would remain from our previous feature table. Let's go around and introduce our new players. We have, this was a tough last name, but I figured it out because I asked him. That's a good advice for you folks at home. If you don't know, ask. Ed Cavicciuti, playing out of Six Poppers Bar in Delaware. He's going to start with 294,000 in chips. In seat 2, he's back. Nels Peterson, playing out of Sauk Rapids, Minnesota, 170,000 in chips. Andrew Lagarde, coming from Route 47 in Minnesota. He's going to be starting with 90,000 in chips. Greg Larson, Route 65 Bar in East Bethel, Minnesota. He's going to be starting with 312,000 in chips. In seat 5, we have Dan Lano, playing out of Castleton at the Castleton Vets Club. That is in North Dakota. He'll be starting with 174,000 in chips. In seat 6, we have another former national champion that I just learned about, David Collette, playing out of the Eagles Club in Norfolk, Nebraska. Did I pronounce that right?
Yep,
Yeah.
you got it. It's Nebraska.
Okay.
Some people say Nebraska. That's not right.
No. But David will be coming in with 141,000 in chips. In seat 7, playing out of the Town Bar in Aurora, Illinois. From Naperville, Illinois, Kat Wilson with 34,000 in chips. She is our short stack at the table. In seat 9, playing out of Bar 9 in West Fargo, 109,000 in chips, which could have changed by now, seeing we've had some hands. And then rounding off our table is the second person that has stayed at the table from the previous, the original stream here, Bradley Craig, back with 57,000 in chips. He's also playing out of the Castleton Vets Club in Castleton, North Dakota. So yeah, the over-under was 3 on how many people from the 27 would stay at the table. It's 2. Bummer. I lost.
Oh, the biggest stack at the table is Ed in seat 1 with 294,000 in chips.
Actually,
excuse me, I'm sorry.
Greg Larson
in seat 4 with 312,000 in chips. So blinds where they're at 4 and 8. They are out in front, feeling comfortable probably, but you never get too comfortable when you're sitting at a poker table.
We'll fold around to Lori. Lori will fold. Bradley Craig will check his option. Flop comes 4, 3, 6. Bradley and Dan both get a piece of that flop, pairing their 6s. And Brad shoving all in for 41,000. Action is on Dan. It's up to him to call. If not Dan, we'll be up to David. And Dan will fold his top pair, and Bradley will take home first pot here on this section of the feature table. Dan has only been playing in the league for 1.5 years. That's the Free Poker Network. But has played poker much longer. Sounds like the blinds are up.
Going to 6, 12, 12. So 30,000 every orbit.
Maybe even more impressive than the 1.5 years that Dan Lano's been in the league is his fellow Castleton Vets Club player Bradley Craig, who just won that last pot. 13 years he's been in the league.
He's seen some things.
Yeah, he said he did take about a 5-year hiatus, and he made it back into poker. He doesn't know why. But we're happy to have you back, Brad.
David limps in with ace-7. Small blind folds, and Ed will check. Three hearts on the flop, king high.
See a check, check.
Ace of hearts on the turn. Ed has a flush, and David just hit his ace, but that is a scary board. Ranking a pair of aces, and he will fold. I'm very impressed by the amount of 49ers flair that Ed has on today. He's rocking the George Kittle jersey.
Yep.
He's got the large chain and medallion combo and stocking cap. And I'm betting that the sweatshirt underneath is also 49ers.
And if you can peek underneath his beard there is a red shirt underneath.
Oh, yeah, I am getting a little red that's coming. That's probably that is 1, 2, 3, 4, at minimum 5 pieces of 49er flair. That's impressive.
That's actually just sounds like he's burning up underneath all those layers. It's not cold in this room by any means. And it really has a way of regulating his body temperature.
I'll tell you this, the 49ers right now are scary, and you just keep waiting for their rookie quarterback to make some mistakes and not play like a rookie quarterback, and he is not doing it. Brock Purdy looks pretty good.
Dan Lano looking down at ace-5 offsuit, looking to raise it up. He'll make it 24,000 to play. See a bunch of folds over to Lori. Lori's going to make the call.
And Bradley, one of the short stacks, to 71,000 chips. Folds his pocket sixes. With a raise and a call in front of him, I guess. Gonna wait for a better spot.
And we'll see a flop. Flop comes 10-3 jack, 2 hearts. Lori shoves all in. And Dan will fold. I don't think I've ever seen a hat for a pasta company.
At a poker table.
Yeah, Dan rocking the pasta. It's got to be a local North Dakota company then, if he's playing out of Castleton. I don't know of any. What are
You have a Dakota. Well, there is a pasta company in the state of North Dakota. Dakota
Pasta?
Pasta growers.
Oh, okay.
And so maybe that's an affiliate of that or involved. I mean, North Dakota, you wouldn't think of the pasta capital of the world, but
Danny.
Greg will fold. I think it says Abliamo.
I'm going back to the Google machine.
So Dan will call nonetheless while we get our research team working on looking up some facts about pasta and origins of companies where that pasta may come from. We'll see a bunch of folds over to big blind and Andrew checking his option with ace king. Flop will come 9-4-9. Andrew ahead.
Yep, that is, I believe, what was formerly Dakota Pasta Growers. It's Abiamo Pasta Company out of Castleton, North Dakota. Andrew's all in for 80K. Dan with no draw would just be hoping for a queen or a jack on the river.
Actually, all queens have been eaten up by the other player's hands, I believe is what that means.
Okay, so yeah, just two jacks. And he, of course, he wouldn't know that. We know that through the technology, but he makes the correct play nonetheless and folds.
Owners of Abiamo Pasta, if you are watching, Dan maybe deserves a little bit of a little kickback on a not so shameless plug. But now I'll know next time I see Abiamo Pasta in my grocery stores. I know I'm supporting local.
Right? Looks like Dan works for the company. Production specialist.
Ah.
There you go. Got to the LinkedIn machine on that one.
Careful what you wear. We will find out everything about you.
Dude, we are looking to fill talk time at this table, I'm not going to lie.
Actions on Lori to call the 12,000. I believe she does. Ed Cavicciuti will raise it to 32,000. Nels will fold. Going into the small blind folds. And Greg Larson, looking at some garbage, will also fold. So it'll be up to Lori whether or not she wants to call an additional 20,000. And she will very quickly fold. So Ed very well might be our current chip leader at this table. I haven't really seen him lose a hand. It's just been stacking more and more chips.
Updated
There
chip
we go.
stacks.
We will be looking at Cat and Bradley. If you were watching previously, we know that seat 9, just that particular seat, it just knocks people out. So Bradley Craig, currently sitting in the 9th seat, short stacked, and he's got some other very large chip stacks at the table. We'll see how that plays out. It could be an interesting thing if Brad can sit in that 9 seat for more than a few minutes. I believe Brad can break the streak, though.
Lori limps in with pocket fours. Greg in the small blind calls. Option on Dan. Dan, the pasta man.
There we go. He'll check the option.
Jack, deuce, 9. Pair of 9s for Dan.
Greg will check. Knowing the action pre-flop, none of these players are really showing they have a strong hand, so Dan just maybe trying to win it on the flop with a nice size bet, and that's exactly what happens. And there we are. There's a nice little graphic called cumulative winnings. Say that 10 times fast. Bradley Craig, that's trending downwards, and that's seat 9 for you. I'll tell you what. Ed, since sitting here, I think we've seen maybe 4 or 5 hands already adding over 100,000 in chips. That's got to feel good. Ed's really setting that tone of the table that we were talking about early. When you come and sit down into a table that's been playing for what could have been hours or just enough where there's kind of an established flow to the table, a rhythm, a cadence, all that. Ed really setting the tone here early.
Keep in mind the final 20 get paid tonight. The winner really gets paid with the World Series of Poker seat and travel package, but spots 2 through 20 get themselves a $1,500 poker package.
Bradley going all in with a nice hand.
No action so far, no callers. The small blind. $65,000, which would be half of the stack for Dan.
Dan in the small blind, not pot committed at this point.
But he did call the all in.
Yeah, he does call. Wow.
Yep.
All right. Bradley is sure to be happy to see that he has at least one of his cards over Dan. A queen should not be a problem. Needs to avoid the jacks and really wants to see an ace. There's 7, 10, 3 on the flop, all blanks. That 10 could come into play if we see another card here. That is an ace. King.
King would get him there. Doesn't find it on the river, and so seat 9
fights back.
Yeah, finally somebody in seat 9 gets all in and survives at this feature table. And for Dan, half of his stack is now going over to Bradley. I love this comment. Watching on Facebook, Michael. Funny, I don't watch sports, but I'll watch the hell out of this.
Thank you. That is quite the compliment.
Couldn't agree more with you. Hi to Anna and Bob for watching.
Is that on YouTube?
That was on the Facebook stream.
Facebook stream.
We are monitoring them, so if you want
to chime in, we will be more than happy. However, we are on a 30-minute delay, so whatever you type in there will be 30 minutes in the past to us. Got a couple people throwing out some good lucks in the YouTube chat. KG, A Million Songs, Garrett. I'm not sure what that is, the first part, but she says, "Go Carol. We love you," from Katrina, Devin, Mythius, Oliver, and Jaden. So Carol has some fans sitting at home or wherever they may be sitting. China Doll, good luck, Ed. Eric Klein, cheering on Gary. Eric Klein, also a part of the Delaware gang, says they're going to represent the final table. Of course, our player from Delaware is Ed Cavicciuti. It's again playing out a 6 poppers bar. Lori Salmon going to look down and look at 2 9s. Bradley coming into another nice hand, ace queen. I believe that's the same hand he had last hand. Ed will fold. Nels will fold, maybe, most likely. Andrew will fold. Greg folds. Dan folds. David folds.
So action back to Lori. No, that was Cat, excuse me. Cat folds. And now to Lori. Lori's going to go all in. And that's the look of Bradley Craig thinking, gosh darn it, I just got these chips.
I would imagine with Castleton and West Fargo being fairly close to each other that Lori and Bradley are not strangers. They've probably played together a few times, whether it's Lori going out to the Castleton Vets Club or Bradley coming over to Bar 9 in West Fargo. We'll see an all-in and a call.
So in the last hand, Bradley had the big advantage. And that advantage now sits with Lori going to the flop.
Flop comes 5, King, 9. Lori spikes a 9. She is most likely going to double up. Brad's going to need a miracle, and that's going to do it. Lori will double up off Bradley Craig. Seat 9. The story of Seat 9 is, it's back. Seat 9 will do really nasty things to you.
Well, and now he's back down to 47,000 in chips. Like, as I said, he looked up at the sky like, why? Why do I have to be so tortured?
You know, it's all right. Bradley is a strong player. He's hopefully going to come back. Double up is what he needs at this point. With blinds being as high as they are, 47,000 in chips is just not going to cut it. Good time to announce, since it's on the screen, we have our next promotion, the $100,000 Vegas World Championship. That will be next year on this same weekend. It's going to be basically doubling down on the prize pool. $100,000 at stake. As you can see, some more information there on that poster. How can you get involved? Play in the Free Poker Network. If you're not sure where those events are, those weekly events, go to freepokernetwork.com. Click on Join if you have not, and you can search locations, see if one's near you, or simply inquire through the website, perhaps start a league of your own. Just so you know, this Free Poker Network is truly a grassroots movement, and it takes each and every one of these players and just building their own leagues, building the atmosphere and all that. And then they all come here to Vegas and have a good time.
About to be eliminated by Detroit. Just over 2 minutes left to play.
No, go. Cat Wilson all in. Pretty much forced to.
Is that 2,000 chips, really?
That is 2,000.
I mean, talk about squeezing it out.
Yeah, it's definitely unfortunate. You know, depending on the other action at the table, even if you are short stacked,
Well,
you could feel like you're just completely crushed. But ultimately, any two cards can win.
All right, so sixes versus King Jack versus an all-in 10-3 in the small blind. Cat's thinking of a very specific flop right now. And that's not, well, no, that's kind of it.
Well, that's an open ender for her.
Yeah, all right. Also, Lori has got the straight as well, or straight draw.
Does not want to see a 10. Lori has 2 of the 6s Cat needs to see on the turn or river to get the better straight. She'd also like to see a jack. That would be just fine.
So Greg hits the king on the turn.
Tournament dealers.
Lori bets 12,000 and call from Greg that goes into the side.
Perhaps not enough to get Greg out of anything. And another 9 on the river. We'll see a check from Lori. Greg will check, and Greg's going to eliminate and take down the entire pot. Cat Wilson, again, from Naperville, Illinois, plays at the Town Bar in Aurora, Illinois.
Naperville's a really cool city. It's
Yeah?
in the northwest suburbs of Chicago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Cat, for playing. Unfortunately, your run at the main event here has ended.
So we're squeezing closer to that top 20.
Yeah, 1 player closer. Boy, oh boy, Nels looking down at King Jack offsuit. looking to raise it up here. 34,000, 35,000. See a couple of folds ahead of him. See if any player has anything that can call. Yep, we're gonna fold around the table. Do want to give a shout out to 3 players in attendance here tonight. Our winter champ of the Chasin Bracelets promo, Simeon Bradado out of Chicago, Illinois. Kind of a retroactive congrats to these guys, but the spring champ this year, Tom Sherlock out of Glen Ellen, Illinois. And then our summer champ, local, right here out of Vegas, Mike Ski Chalosky. He's played in the league for years in South Dakota, but recently moved to Vegas. Of course, our local chapter here in Vegas of the Free Poker Network is the Misfits Poker Group. Got 11 locations here in town. And if you don't know, the Free Poker Network spans across the nation in many, many states. Let's see if we can get some better statistics on for you on that.
Yeah, an all-in. At least it looked like an all-in. No, I guess not. Just to raise up to 36,000. I thought I was seeing a whole bunch of chips moving forward. All right, so heads up with Greg and Dan. Dan with just 29,000 chips behind. And Greg's gonna bet enough to put him all in as he flops a nut flush draw. Second nut flush draw for Dan. And although he's got the backdoor nut flush draw, you need one more heart to even think about getting there. And with just king high, he's going to be sitting with 29,000 if he calls.
Greg Larson really putting the heat on Dan here. What will Dan do? Dan sitting in the think tank for quite some time. He's gonna make the call. Gonna be happy to see that Greg doesn't have a pair, especially an overpair. He's gonna be unhappy to see that Greg is one away from the flush, that not just the flush, but the nut flush. There's the 7 of clubs. He's gonna need to see a king or a jack only. And an ace on the river will eliminate Dan Leno in what is potentially 21 through 27th place, but we know it's not 27th. We've eliminated 2 people at this table. So at best, it would be 25th place, or that would rather be at worst. We're going to call a pause on the dealing. We might be going hand for hand already?
Yeah, we might be there. We're getting close to that 20 number. And good night, Green Bay Packers.
Excellent.
Eliminated
Wow.
from the playoffs. Seattle gets in. And I told from the moment I started talking about coming here this week with players for this weekend's game, I said, watch out for Detroit. And if they're eliminated before that game, they're going to be even scarier. And sure enough,
They beat a red-hot Packers. So this is going to be a little bit slower action as we are hand for hand across 3 tables because we are getting very close to our top 20 players, which means we're in the money, which is always a great milestone to hit while doing live poker. And the blinds are going to be up, so it'll be 8,000, 16,000 with a 16,000 big blind ante. Boy, it's getting expensive to play out there, and that's mostly just talking towards the short stacks at any one of our 3 tables. If you're looking for a league night to play in for the Free Poker Network, currently, I think it's like 10 states. We have Delaware, Florida, Illinois, Minnesota, Las Vegas, Nebraska. On Las Vegas, Nevada, we have Nebraska, New Jersey, New York, North Dakota, South Dakota, soon Wisconsin, and if you can all keep a secret, a little teaser, poker night in Canada.
oh boy.
So we are opening the borders. More on that to come later.
That's going to be big, eh?
Not maybe not later today, but look out for some more information on that in the future. Lori looking at a couple of pocket jiggities. She's just going to call, hoping to perhaps induce a rather large raise from Nels, which he has been known to do when he sees limpers. And this is a great flop for Nels. Not amazing, but got a gut shot, and Lori in a pretty good spot with her pocket jacks. Now a queen on the turn. Lori is surely going to want to avoid a queen in Nels' hands, but Nels will check. Lori will check. And an 8 on the river gives Lori 2 pair with a queen kicker. They're going to check, and Lori will take down the pot. Would have liked to see Lori be maybe a little aggressive. However, just feeling out Nels perhaps a little bit. Nels hasn't been involved in too many hands on this mixture of the feature table. But Lori, playing in the league for quite some time, and she definitely knows who Nels is. Has to watch out for a former national champion. So perhaps just testing the waters there. Knows she has pretty much a for sure win. But you never know with Nels. And if you're just joining us on Facebook or YouTube, thank you very much. You're watching live coverage of the Free Poker Network Chasin Bracelets National Championship main event at the Golden Nugget Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada. Greg will call with pocket 5s. We'll fold around to Nels. Will also most likely fold. Andrew will check his option. And we'll see 2 to the flop. Flop comes deuce, queen 8. Another 8 on the turn. We'll see a check, check.
Check the river, too.
Not a lot of action out of Andrew either. Would have liked to see perhaps a little aggression, knowing it's not always about what 2 cards you have in your hand. It's also testing to see if the other player has any 2 cards that are worth calling or staying in the hand on. So, but that's okay, you know. Andrew's got an okay chip stack. He's not in any big hurry, I believe.
But at the same
He's got
time,
a decent chip stack.
immediately to his left, he had Greg, who does have a nice amount of chips in front of him, and so that's a little scary, knowing that if you're going to try to, run your game there with nothing and no draw, it can be done. But
You could be knocked out very quickly or cripple yourself. So as you see on that promotion, playing in the free poker network, you can win a seat in the main event and travel package every week. If you're not sure how many that is, it's not 52.
it's all of them, though.
Because it's 3 sessions, so I don't know what 52 minus, that's 40 weeks out of the year. You have a chance to win a travel package to Las Vegas for the upcoming promotion. Lori will just flat. Perhaps trying to disguise her hand, being in early position. Andrew in the small blind will make the call. And Greg, oh boy. Same hand, switched suits between Greg and Lori.
Makes it 66,000. So 50K for Lori to call. Just under a quarter of her stack, with 214,000 in front of her.
Very smart raise here by Greg. Andrew did just call for 8,000, but that's not. It's not a lot, but it's still, chipping away at those shorter chip stacks, using that 400 plus thousand chip stack to his advantage.
Call from Lori. Andrew's going to be folding. There's no reason for him to continue on in this hand. So heads up with Ace King versus Ace King.
Chop pot.
Well, we see a red flop, yeah, for sure.
I mean, that's for sure.
Well, now with betting, Greg takes the lead. That's the part of it.
Oh,
is
there
that-
we go.
Yeah. You got Ace King, and you have to fold. And Greg continues to put a little distance between himself and everyone else at this feature table.
That's a 50,000K chunk he just took out of Lori, too, who used to have a much more scary chip stack. Now under that 200,000 mark, down to about 160,000.
So we must be in the money. Are we still not hand for hand? We must be past 20.
I didn't
But
hear.
I didn't hear an official announcement either, though.
I think we would have heard at least one clap from any of the players at the table if they found out they were in the money. Oh, there's a clap. We're good. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Some friendly knucks around the table. Folks, we are in the money. Everyone you see on the stream from here on out, at minimum, has won $1,500 in travel vouchers. Not travel vouchers, but a poker package, which in basically a really long way to say $1,500 cash.
I don't know about the other tables, but I know that Bradley in seat 9 cannot believe that he just got into the money.
Look at that. Bradley out of Castleton. He's like, look at my chip stack.
Look
It
at
is
this.
so small. Look at these guys and their big chips.
All he needed was one of those chips to get into the money, and that's exactly what he did.
Brad just surviving the. Oh my goodness.
I love it. That's why poker's so awesome. You get some reward, you gutted it out. Here you are.
Well, Bradley took a 5-year hiatus from poker in general, comes back not long ago, and he said, I don't know why. Well, the world knew why.
Yeah.
The poker world knew why. It's because you're here, you're in the money, and not just that, but you're in the running to win a $10,000 World Series of Poker package, $1,500 in cash, a bracelet. There's one more thing. I feel like we got to keep adding on prizes.
You get the bracelet
It's
and
the
the
bracelet.
$1,500.
It's the bracelet. That is just the last thing.
Yeah.
It's just an and. Most importantly, you get a bracelet.
Don't forget about that. I'm going to quick take a picture of all the people who have got into the money here. Dealer looking very excited to be part of this picture.
Well, perhaps we should also just gonna figure out some good lighting here. So a little recap of all the events that went on this weekend here in Las Vegas at the Golden Nugget. It was all FBN players, friends, and family were invited to the qualifiers. Qualifiers started on Friday. We had 2 qualifiers then, 10 a.m. and 4. Yesterday, another 2 qualifiers. Each one of those qualifiers, if you would be in the top anywhere between 10 to 25%, depending on the tournament or the qualifying event, would grant you more chips in your starting stack today at the main event. So it was a ton of action all week long. Some players did come away with about 60, I think it was 60,000 might have been the highest starting chip stack.
To get into the main, yeah.
Yeah, so I believe the starting chip stack was it 20K? They were determined by pre-qualification is really all that is. So, but it was up to 30K is what you could do. Nonetheless, we're in the money, folks. This is a really exciting time. That means we still have 3 tables left, 20 players. But as we see in seat 9, Bradley Craig very short stacked.
Yeah, we'll move fairly quickly here in the next 20 minutes or so to get down to the final table to go from 20 down to 9. You are going to have a bunch of players that were just simply trying to hold on, and now once you got into the money, it doesn't matter if you finish 20th or 8th. It's all the same amount of money.
Yeah.
Right? So you're going to see players probably shorter stacks getting a little more aggressive, saying let's bull in the china closet here. Let's try to make something happen.
Right.
To try to get all the way up to the top.
You know, I'm really curious if our gal Carol Dearben is still out there in the field. What a story that would be. Plays poker for less than a year in the Free Poker Network. I mean, period. Less than a year experience. Comes to Las Vegas. Makes the money on the main event. I don't, if that's not motivating to keep playing, keep honing the craft, to get better. I mean, Carol Durbin is just hopefully out there. That's all I'm hoping for.
It's all about that. This is good recreational poker that is now turning out to be a chance to go play in the biggest poker tournament, that the most famous of all the poker tournaments, right? The World Series of Poker main event.
I thought you were talking about the
Well,
Free Poker Network, the
this
most
is
famous
big
of
too.
all tournaments,
don't,
right?
Don't mince my words. This one's big too.
This one's big,
But
but,
that's just
World Series of Poker.
when I say it's bigger in size. There's more players
Yes.
than this main event. Yeah. All right, just little delays. We get everyone seated back down and get ready to play.
If you haven't yet, you may take your blood pressure medication, because I have a feeling things are going to get gnarly over the next, well, the rest of the time that we're doing this. We will not put a time on it.
Just saw that in next week's playoffs, the Minnesota Vikings will be hosting the New York Giants.
Very nice.
3:30 kickoff next Sunday.
There's a little view into the rest of the poker room here at the Golden Nugget. Seat 2. While we were on that image of the Golden Nugget Poker Room, we'd like to thank them for being, again, amazing hosts. They always seem to outdo themselves and just run smooth tournaments, make sure everyone is in the know, keep things moving along. So thank you to the Golden Nugget for hosting the Free Poker Network National Championship once again. And here we are, Nell's shoving all in with 130,000. I'd be curious to know what the average chip stack is. I know how to calculate it, but I don't have the numbers I need to calculate it. But perhaps we'll sick our research team on that information. If you're tuning in and watching this live stream broadcast, thank you very much. You're most likely, and I say this with 100% certainty, you are watching from Facebook or YouTube. If you're watching from YouTube and you are not yet subscribed to the Free Poker Network, please go ahead and do us a favor and hit the subscribe button. It is no cost to you. And we are really hoping to hit 100 subscribers. It's not an amazing number, as you see with other YouTubers trying to hit 1 million. But at that 100 subscriber mark, we are finally again able to change our URL, which it's a big deal to us. So if you love free poker, you love the Free Poker Network, you love what you're seeing, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. If you're on Facebook, just hop over to YouTube, hit that subscribe button, and we're good. Go back over to Facebook. But we do have an all-in by Bradley Craig. He's got 6-4 suited, and a call from Greg Larson. Again, Greg Larson playing out of Route 65 in East Bethel. And we have another caller. Looks like Lori's also called. I think we're... Lori will check. Flop came 4-7-9. Bradley hits his 4. However, Lori hits top pair with that 9.
And here's Greg. He also checks, sorry. Now Greg's betting on the turn. open-ended straight draw, and 10 on the river.
Gives Brad, seat 9. I tell you, Bradley is going to be stoked to turn his cards over and know that he has Lori and Greg beat. He's going to triple up.
All right, well, he barely got into the money, and now we just get going after that little pause, and looks like he's got himself a triple up.
I think I've seen the most frowns and smiles from Brad in this entire, perhaps the history of the Free Poker Network streaming, rather.
It's a game of emotions, up and down.
There we see Dave Collette playing out of the Eagles Club in Norfolk, Nebraska. Is our short stack at the table. Same Bradley, even though he just tripled up. Still, the short stack. Really, it's that. Remember that 10 big blind mark and down is when you need to really be shoving. Greg Larson with 40% of the chips on the table. That's where the players want to take those chips from.
All right, 3 p.m. tournament players, back in your seats. Cards are in the air.
Nels
Dealers,
looking down at
6,000,
King Jack offsuit.
6 and 6. Cards are in the
He
air.
is right at that 10 big blind level, but knowing I believe he's about second in chips on the. No, what is he? He was I think it was fourth in chips at the table. He's got room to not just necessarily go all in every single hand. With a lot of other short stacks at the table. Bradley's going to check his option. Blinds are up again to 8,000, 16,000 with a 16,000 big blind ante. And a king 5-4 on the flop. Bradley hits 2 pair and checks into Nels, who is aggressive. Nels will bet. He'll make it 28,000, and Bradley will go all in. Make Nels sweat a little bit here. And I think he said he'll call. Nels does have 3 hearts to the flush. He's going to need a jack or a 5. There's another heart. And a queen on the river. Bradley Craig doubling up in the 9 seat off of Nels Peterson, a former national champion. A real bummer for Nels to run into such a similar hand.
Well, and look at Bradley just minutes ago when the bubble burst to get into the top 20. I think he had less than 20,000 chips.
Yeah.
And triples up and now doubles up and has 142,000 chips. It's a Cinderella story.
It truly is.
That might be coming to an end any minute. You just never know.
Because it is seat 9. Let's just
It's poker at seat 9.
roll back the tape. Nonetheless, Bradley Craig will be riding this high for as long as he can. And if that means till he's the last person sitting at the table, that's a lot of high. Get started here on our next hand. Be Nels first to act. And he's going to go all in for 111,000. Andrew, have not seen much from him. He's starting to dwindle his chip stack down to 104,000.
He's been pretty quiet.
Nell's not seeing any action. Jeebus. Oh, no, Lori had the same hand. I thought it was Bradley that had the same hand as Nell's, which would have been quite incredible. Ed, haven't seen much from Ed either. He got chunked for quite a bit. I think he was up over that 400K mark. Now down to 276. Nels was able to scoop up the blinds and annies off of Ed from the previous hand to help finance his way around that table one more time. I believe it does cost 40,000 in total to go through the small and big blind. So to see that someone has even 10 big blinds left is really quite deceiving, because that's up over 100,000. But you really have to, I think you have to look at it as what's the total cost of the orbit around the table. David all in with kings.
We haven't seen much of David either. He's been kind of just watching a lot of this feature table.
Nell's ace queen, he might be calling. He's gonna call for 35,000 more. It's what you gotta do.
Yep.
Nels has an opportunity to add to his chip stack. All he needs is an ace.
No ace there, so 3 outs. Turn. Not an ace. In the river. Another 8, and boy, a pretty rough last 5 minutes for Nels Peterson. David,
doubles up Bradley Craig and doubles up now David Collette.
Yeah, David hadn't played a whole lot of hands, and so patience, I guess, has paid off for him. He's going to double up to 126,000, which still is less than 10 big blinds. So it's a double up. Yes, you're staying alive, but
it seems like a constant uphill battle.
It does, doesn't it?
Especially when we don't have very large chip stacks at the table.
Keep pushing that heavy rock up the hill.
Victor, to the front.
So we'll just have to wait and see how a former national champion, Nels Peterson, responds to this series of unfortunate events. I think with the experience that Nels has, is he can shake off the emotion of the situation pretty quickly. I don't think it will cloud his judgment too much, but just because you're an experienced player doesn't mean you're immune to the effects of going tilt.
No, absolutely not. Frustration can get the best of anybody.
Really hope to see some action out of Andrew and some more of David. Even to have Ed come back into the conversation. Been sitting fairly quiet for some time. Gonna fold around to Bradley Craig. He'll fold as well. Definitely not panic time for Ed. But it might start become panic time for Andrew, as he's not really catching much cards, and he's getting down. He's underneath that 10 big blind level.
Well, Nels will welcome that button coming in front of him. that he now gets to see a couple more hands because he's got just 4 big blinds, 76,000 in front of him. So
I believe I'm seeing here we have 86 people on the YouTube live stream. Give a direct hello to any and all of them. And if you guys would like, we are trying to monitor the chat, whether that's on Facebook or YouTube. The only requirement is that you hit the subscribe button on YouTube. Ed, suited connectors. See how he decides to play this, if it's just going to be a call or it looks like a raise. Raise to 33,000. Nell's similar type of hand, but not the same position.
speaking of position, Nels is in the I'm hating this position right there at the table.
Yeah, I've never seen him in all the time we've spent looking at him on the TV in front of us. I've never seen him slouch his head down into his arms. So, Nell's perhaps feeling a little frustration with his position now. Hopefully he can shake that off, get his mind right, and come back. And love to see Nels make a nice run at the main event here. The good thing is, again, all these players you're going to see are in the money. They have all won minimally a $1,500 poker prize package, which equates to just cash, which is king. So Ed will bet and see a fold there. This tournament started at 10 a.m. local time here in Vegas. It is now coming up on 9 p.m., which if you do the quick math, carry the 5, it's 11 hours.
And at this point of the tournament, you get to that weird feeling of, I know I've been doing this all day, but at the same time, it has gone by very quickly.
Yeah.
I know that in playing poker, final tables that I've gotten to in multi-table tournaments, like in the middle of it, it seems like it's taking forever and it's so slow and grinding.
Yeah.
But then once you get there, you're like, oh man, you kind of get the little burst of energy, you get a little fresh. And Nels Peterson's all in with 9s.
Yeah, certainly making that money does give that little burst of energy.
Sure.
And here, David, he's going to make the call against the man who he took the chips from originally, Nels Peterson. So Nels, though, this time at risk of losing. Nels ahead. A coin flip if 57% of the coin was on one side and 43% of the coin was on the other.
Flop 7, 8, 7. So far, so good for Nels to stay alive.
Nels happy to see it. No super low or really high cards. A little bit of a rainbow. Like seeing the 3.
There's 2 kings and 2 aces that are left.
That's it. I thought it was an ace. My bad. It's a queen on the river.
You scared me.
Nels doubles up off David Collette. David Collette left with 34,000. I thought I saw an ace. Nels with a much needed double up.
Well, that'll turn in.
Sounds like we're gonna have one more hand, then we'll take a break. I believe that'll be a 15-minute break. We will most likely keep the live stream going. If we do not, we're gonna keep it going. There's just gonna be a nice friendly message saying, we'll be right back, we're on break. Okay. And we're back from that short 15-minute break. I think I ate a bunch of sushi. I think because I scarfed it down so quick.
Very nice.
But we do have a couple new players at the table. Seat 5, we're going to see Boyd Bransrud out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota. He plays at Woody's. He'll be starting with 160,000 at our feature table. And I believe seat 7, we'll see Kevin Spain. Also, he's from playing out of Magoo's, and I believe the next door in Illinois. He'll be with 302,000 in starting stack.
Just walking around checking out the field. There are exactly 18 players that are left, so halfway to getting towards the final table.
Ed was a little quiet for a while. He's going to shove all in with 9s. Andrew has a 9 in his hand. Let's keep that in mind if we do see a caller. And Bradley talked to him almost immediately after when the break started. He is just ecstatic to have his chips in front of him. He said, "Why didn't you tell me?" I think he had an ace-queen. He should have been folding. I think that was when Nels had ace-king. Is that what he's talking about? My recall's not so good.
Mine neither. Most of the stuff goes in and out
Yeah.
in the same moment.
You see so many cards, but to a player that sticks with you for a long time, that is a bookmark in a very long book, and that is this poker tournament. So you're watching live coverage. Thanks for joining us on Facebook and YouTube. We are at the Golden Nugget in Las Vegas, Nevada, playing in the Free Poker Network main event. Blinds have gone up 10,000, 20,000, and a 20,000 big blind ante. 50,000 per orbit. If you are sitting at 100,000 in your chip stack, it's time to go all in. And seeing we have a bunch of players with chip stacks around there, we're going to see probably a lot of that.
Yeah, anything under 200,000 then is anything under 200,000 is less than 10 big blinds, obviously. So most of the players who are still around are below that number.
Yeah, so Boyd here.
Optimal playing. Boyd's all in with 7s. Boyd just sitting down.
Action on Kevin Spain to call. Kevin also just sitting down. He's going to fold. Lori will fold. She's at 67,000 after the break. Lori doesn't have much time left. There we'll see our updated chip count. Over half the table, nearly 2/3 of the table, at or below that 10 big blind level. So, needless to say, we should be seeing quite a bit of action coming up. So, if you're driving, put on your seatbelt. Should have already had it on there. If you're sitting on the couch, roll up a good blanket on you and maybe get a cup of tea or a beer. Ed Cavaciuti, looking very alive right there. Maybe he's excited about his San Francisco 49ers. We're going to fold around to Boyd. We've got too many notes here. We're just going to need to
There's
consolidate.
a lot of paper around here.
And Lori going all in. Bradley Craig calling. But why not shove all the way in there? Well, he is all in. Okay. Bradley is as smart as I thought he was. Now it's up to Boyd here to try to decipher if these two are going all in with absolute premium hands or mostly good hands.
Well, after he's already raised, it's only 14,000 more to call, so he will be calling.
Oh, yeah, of course. For the chance to kick out two people, get that much closer to the coveted top prize.
Well, and
That sounds attractive.
Because they have the same hand, his hand is more live, if you will, than theirs is, right? Obviously. So we're getting all the exact numbers here of what it's going to be and make sure that everyone is on the same page. So Boyd does call. So two players are at risk.
Brad laughing because there's something about that seat 9 position. He's had the same hand as people, I think Nels one time and perhaps another player, but he still won somehow. No, he chopped pot with Nels.
All right, so here comes the flop. No king or queen there.
Bradley wants to see more of those clubs. There's a third one. And a club on the river. Bradley Craig eliminates Lori Salmon and doubles up off Boyd Bransrud. Unreal Bradley Craig.
I love it. Fun. Lori, thank you so much for playing and being part of the event.
Sure, we'll see Lori on the flight back home to Fargo if she's leaving tomorrow. Bradley Craig really just putting the hurt on that 9 seat. Rewriting the narrative.
Kind of give everyone an update as to what is going on with playing here. There is no difference of finishing 20th as to finishing 2nd. All of those players are getting $1,500 worth of poker, and first place prize tonight gets $1,500 worth of poker, $10,000 worth of World Series buy-in, and gets a championship bracelet.
Yeah, it's really
sweet.
It's an incredible prize. So now we'll see Dave Collette going to be either making his way out of the feature table room, if you will, or going to be looking to double up here. Going to need it more than once, that's for sure. Nell's most likely in the all-in or call category. Same as Andrew, but he just can't catch anything. Greg Larson, our chip leader at the table, is going to raise it up. That's not, no, those are 5K apiece. I think that's a call.
Raising to 50.
Not even close. Boyd all in. Ed will fold. Action back on Greg, our chip leader. Only 66,000 more to call.
We could speed things up a little bit here by getting rid of the yellow chips. They're not going to be. I mean,
Yeah.
obviously you can bet whatever you want, but
From
less
here
of,
on out.
less of those sliding around the table
Right.
speeds things up a little bit. So he did make the call. So Boyd is at risk. 2 live cards for Greg Larson, this feature table chip leader. Again, one other table playing on the just outside of the view here. Jack 5-5, the flop.
Another diamond. Greg licking his chops for a diamond or an 8 or a 9. And a diamond on the river eliminates Boyd Bransrud.
Wow. Runner flush.
That's sick. An unfortunate way to go, but knowing the only jump in the prize pool is from second to first. Greg Larson nearly eclipsing the 700,000 chip mark. He's definitely going into this with a pretty good mindset and can really pick and choose when he wants to play.
I'm guessing that might put him as overall chip leader right now. It'd
I'm
have to
gonna
be
guess.
awfully darn close, yeah.
Okay, so this table's down to the other table 2 has 9 players. So we're gonna balance the tables out, so it's 8 and 8. Andrew just cannot get anything going right now. Ed Cavicciuti calling in the small blind. Nell's all in. Yeah, Ed wisely folding there.
Now, how about that? We have somebody who's watching from Thailand.
No way.
Yeah, apparently a friend of one of the players who is in and watching the stream, paying attention on the Facebook stream. A couple of people interacting with her. So that's kind of cool. Thanks for watching on Facebook, YouTube, making it happen.
It is currently 12:26 p.m. in Thailand.
Oh, middle of Monday afternoon, sure. Nothing better to do than sit and watch some poker in the middle of the afternoon.
And living in the future, always, Thailand is. Might see a shove here by Nels. There it is.
Nope.
Call.
Nels taking down the big blind and the big blind ante there as he was just in the small blind. Wow, yeah, you look at the chip stacks of everyone at the table and looking pretty slim. other than our chip leader. See a fold here. Kevin also will fold. Bradley will fold. We'll have a player coming into seat 5.
Thank you.
So in seat 5, we will welcome Maya. The writing's cut off. I'm going to assume it's Kukuro. Also from Delaware, though. I'm going to go just confirm some facts here. See if there's any sniff out any fake news. All right. Maya, we got that correct. Kakara from Delaware. I know in our YouTube chat right now we have Delawareans going crazy. Is that what it is? Delawareans?
Delawareanites?
Delawareanites. Nonetheless, Maya's also part of that Delaware crew. She's coming out in seat 5 with 190,000. Thank you to China Doll on YouTube for subscribing. Yeah, wow. Just the entire YouTube chat is full of fans of Ed. I suspect we'll see a bunch of fans of Maya once that 30-minute delay hits, and then you will now be viewing what we're seeing live. So Maya losing her first hand she's involved in to David Collette. David, much needed. Seems it looks like a double up. There's about 1/20th of our audience members here today. Kevin Spain will be first to act. He'll fold. Bradley will fold. Ed, looking down at King 5. I'm also seeing in the chat that Ed's card holder is, I noticed it was Eeyore, but that's definitely his good luck charm, is from what everyone else is saying on the YouTube chat. Greg Larson, 20K to call. Looks like he's gonna raise it up. Looks to be 60,000. Maya will fold over to David, who just doubled up. We're definitely going to have to get some of these yellows off the table. The blind levels from here on out.
Just give everybody one stack of them. That would be enough.
But the blind levels from here on out are a nice even, they go up by 10K. Next blind level will be 20, 40, 40. If you're not making moves now, you'll be forced to. We're at 10, 20, 20. The next one is 15, 30, 30. Actions on Brad, and he now realizes that. He'll fold. Ed will fold. Nell's looking down at pocket fours. But will fold. He's in an okay spot, and Andrew, he does have a couple more hands till he's in the big blind, but you'd rather not go all in with having already financed the 40,000. That takes off 20,000 from your chip stack that you would be able to, the other players don't have to match that. Nels Peterson most recently modeled for the video game Assassin's Creed. That's definitely what it looks like there. Ed looks like he's going to raise it up. I believe those grays are 25,000. So we're going to fold around after Ed's raised to 70,000. Be up to Bradley Craig, and he's got a hand worth playing.
Now, he could see a flop here for the price that he's in the big blind. Already committed the 10 or 20,000 big blind, 20,000 chip ante. So he's already got 40 in, but he's got to pay 50,000 more than the big blind. So, and he's still got 225,000. It's not ideal, but he could see a flop here.
This would be the time where he could pay for that. Looks like he's going all in for 245,000. That's another way to do it.
Yep. Because now you've got Ed's attention, because Ed only with the 325,000, does he want to call off 80% of his stack?
I think this is a fantastic play by Brad.
It's been fun to watch his rise from like 18,000 chips
Goodness,
when he
yeah.
got into the money.
Barely making the money.
Really cool.
And then just some incredible hands to put him in the position he is now. I really like this play from Brad because it takes the decision out of his hand. He's going to once again put his fate into the hands of the poker gods and really challenge Ed here on what he wants to do with, I mean, based on the percentages, Ed is winning pre-flop with a 71% favorite, but Ed doesn't know that. If he's facing a pocket pair, he's not sitting so pretty. He announces fold. So Bradley Craig with a nice play. He's now leapfrogged Ed in total chips with a 20,000 edge on Ed. So Andrew Lagarde, one hand left before he is severely crippled with paying the big blind and the big blind ante. He needs to take a chance. Almost doesn't matter what two cards you have. I know it's frustrating. It's the tough spot in the tournament to be short stacked. Blinds are creeping up on you. And you got to make the move.
Well, Bradley's waking up with good hands, not great hands. And he's had to make a lot of decisions. He's been making the right ones. And this one is fairly easy to make. With at least seeing the flop, he calls out of the small blind. Ed folds the big blind to the raise. So heads up with Greg and Bradley. Flop 6, deuce, queen. And Bradley's first.
Brad will check.
Continuation bet here from Greg. Looks like 100K. 75,000. Doesn't matter, Bradley folded. So chip leader continuing to increase his stack, getting closer to now over 750,000, getting closer to $1 million. And there we go, get some of those yellows. Moving off the table.
Lovely. Andrew Lagarde's chip stack is only going to look so much smaller. I bet you those are 10K stacks. He will get 4, maybe 5 black chips. And maybe now is when you get the message that I really don't have many chips. Of course, I'm sure Andrew knows the concept of chip values. And we're gonna get everyone colored up, clean up the table a bit. We want to thank you all for watching on Facebook and YouTube. You're watching live coverage from the Golden Nugget in Las Vegas. And if you haven't heard yet, we are announcing and revealing our new promotion as the FPN Vegas 100K World Championship. We'll be out here again around the same time, same weekend, when the Bison probably will make it to the national championship. We don't know if they'll win or lose. This new promotion is basically it's really hard to not qualify for the main event world champion. Notice the change of the verbiage too. It was national championship, now world championship. That is not a false claim. There are some things in the work on inviting our Canadian brothers and sisters to join the league and be able to qualify for these main events. So officially able to say World Championship, which that's a huge step up for the Free Poker Network and just to get more people involved. So if you have not gotten involved but want to, go to freepokernetwork.com. See if there is a local league in your area. If not, you can always get one started if you know a group of players. It is a free-to-play bar, typically in the bars. It could be a coffee shop or maybe an animal shelter, wherever you can find room for a poker table and players to play. The blinds are now also up to 15, 30, and a 30,000 big blind ante. Boy, is it getting expensive out there to play. Andrew will. He needs to go all in this hand.
It looks so sad. Well,
it does.
You know, the thing is that you're waiting for hands, but at the same time, you know the big blind's coming. So anything that you see that might be suited or connected, get it in there.
Honestly, it's maybe just go all in blind. There's a king. That's enough for me. There he goes. So he held out for maybe that one. He has had really garbage hands.
Yeah,
Let's
he
give
has
him
not
credit.
had much to play with at this feature table.
So we are in Vegas. He gambled on possibly just seeing a face card right before he gets to the big blind.
Well, he knows he's going to get at least one caller. Kevin Spain.
He's actually also going to go all in for $252,000, perhaps trying to isolate, just being able to knock Andrew out and not having any other action on the hand.
All right, and Kevin's lost at least one of his aces. So again, this is not a horrible situation. Yeah, you're behind, but you still have 2 live cards. It's not ideal, but we're just going to try to make it work.
3-8-4 rainbow.
Still 2 live cards.
It's a blank.
Gut shot, straight draw.
Oh, there it is. Never mind. Not quite a blank. That, however, is a blank. Andrew Lagarde eliminated in what I believe is that 18th? No, it's going to be below it.
I think 16th or 15th, somewhere in there.
So great run. Again, the benefit of this tournament, once you hit 20 players, you're in the money, and it's the same prize from 20th down to 2nd. It's a $1,500 poker package. Fancy way of saying cash. But if you are good at budgeting, you can use that $1,500 for playing in some poker, maybe traveling around if you're in the Midwest, maybe heading up to, is it Running Aces? It's
Running
one of the
Aces,
casinos.
Canterbury. You go to Mille Lacs, Hinckley, Jackpot Junction, Turtle Lake, Tama, Dakota, Diamond Joe's. I mean, I don't. There's all kinds of different options.
Yeah, and that's specifically Minnesota, isn't it?
Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa. Yeah.
Okay.
Or Royal River in Flandreau, or you could go to I mean, I can keep going on and on. I've been to quite a few of the
I would
properties
imagine.
in the upper Midwest in my time.
Flanger, that's in South Dakota,
That
is
is
it not?
South Dakota,
Okay, I
yeah.
actually stayed there randomly.
I think it's Royal River.
I believe so. I was literally just driving around the state of South Dakota. Thought I'd take a random road, and I came upon this casino, and it was a sign from the casino gods that I needed to go and stay there and play something that was at the height of the pandemic, though, so it was fairly shut down. We do have an all-in from Nels and a call from Greg Larson. Nels happy to see he's got an over. And it's suited, but Greg also 2 live cards and suited.
Oh,
Oh,
well,
we're going to see runner, runner, heart for Nels to survive.
this next card is not a heart. It's going to be over for him.
And it's a heart.
But it is. Wait.
Oh, he's got the check mark because it's a full house.
Oh, he just made a full house. Yeah, I didn't
the
even notice
only
that.
heart you don't want to see. Well, Greg Larson, or rather Nels Peterson, passing the torch on to Greg Larson.
Nels with a nice run last night, finishing second in the
yeah.
tag team event, and then gets into the top 10% of the tournament from today. That's a pretty darn good run. That's a lot of poker in 2 days, man. A lot of poker in 2 days.
Nels is accompanied by his entire family. I believe that includes wife and kids.
All were qualified
Every single one of them played in this tournament because
into
they
the main
qualified.
event. Yeah, pretty cool. So,
Incredible story. It's a family tradition, a family affair. We are family. Who let the dogs out? Well, we don't know. It's definitely not the Petersons because they're literally all gone from their houses. So, yeah. Well, goodness, that was a great run for Nels. Hope to see him back in the future. I'm sure he's not going anywhere in the Free Poker Network. He's already a force to reckon with. But that, I believe, does it for the Peterson clan. They're all knocked out. I don't know if we have a remaining national champion at the tables. I don't believe we do.
first timer's going to be the winner tonight.
Yeah.
$10,000 main event buy-in, which of course is moving now to the Strip. World Series of Poker now taking place on the Strip, which is kind of cool, something different. And then besides that, you get $1,500 worth of
$295.
other travel
Joel
to get
Smith
you there.
coming in with $295 seat 9.
Joel Smith.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
And then you also get the bracelet. Don't forget the bracelet tonight. The champion has something to always prove. The money may go, but that bracelet will always be there.
So, is it the Joel Smith?
From movie and TV and Broadway?
No,
acclaim?
of the Free Poker Network.
Oh,
I think that's what Dana just came in here and said. But we'll see an all-in from David. Yep, it is the Joel Smith. So I'll go back. Joel Smith is, as far as we know, the last remaining former national champion.
okay.
Looking to make I think he's also the only I could be wrong on that. I might be thinking of someone else, but minimum Joel has won one national championship. He's looking to make it another one here tonight.
And he also did very well, like Nels did in the tag team event yesterday. David's all in with Queen 3.
Joel did have his partner in crime, Nikki, to help tag through, back and forth to give him a break. Nels marathoned it. He had Bob, I think, a little bit of the time, and then he took over. But there's a queen for David.
Dire situation now for Maya. And an ace will close it out, drawing dead on the river.
Maya, not much left in her chip stack. Be hoping for a double up on her pretty soon.
So David will double up.
Is David in the big blind there? He must be. No one willingly puts their chips in the pot.
Blinds are 15 and 30,000.
Kevin Spain will be first to act. Kevin, you don't know this yet. You have Jack 7 of diamonds.
Joel calls with suited queen. Ed is all in. And Maya,
Also all in. Rightfully so, 63,000 in her stack.
I don't know if she has even looked yet.
Oh, there, that's corrected. It's 20,000. David will be all in to call. He folds. Joel,
Dealers, blinds are now up.
it's
600
possible,
Small blind, 1,200 big blind, 1,200 ante.
but he's not in a position where he needs to be in there. So yeah, he's folded.
Blinds are up.
So we're gonna have a battle of the Delawareianites.
I'm in Delaware. So Ace King versus Ace 10. And Maya trying to stay alive, keep the hope going. And she survives the flop.
Okay, Maya's looking pretty good to double up. And a 10 on the river.
Oh, the groan says it all. You could hear the groan from 40
Del-
feet away over here. Some Delaware on Delaware violence.
That's what I was trying to come up with in my head.
Hate to see it. But Maya's tournament comes to an end in a rather rude spot.
Getting
there,
rivered, but
yeah.
nonetheless, you still have a long way to climb if you double up from 35,000. And she gets the same amount
True.
in prizes as even just the second place person. So there is no jump in pay scale until you go to first place. $10,000 World Series of Poker package, $1,500, and a bracelet. We did have a second tournament today. Was the second chance tourney. We're
11 left.
down to 11.
So 2 away from our final table.
But we did have a second chance tourney today. It was a cash tournament, $125 buy-in. The winner earns cash plus a seat into the next FPN National Championship, which is that 100K Vegas World Championship. Person could theoretically free roll their way into the next promotion, into the next main event. Bradley Craig all in.
Gets no callers.
So we're gonna be hand for hand. Is that what that means, or?
I think so.
I don't know if we would, because there's no implications.
Well, it's to make it to the final table.
Well, of course, yes. So there are implications on who reaches the final table. Ed, watch that beer over the table, bud. Our YouTube chat is where Ed's fans live right now. I haven't seen a shout out to any other player on YouTube other than Ed. And Maya, because she's also a Delawareanite.
And now, after 1 a.m. out in Delaware,
Yeah? Holy cow.
we're coming right up on 1 o'clock.
I think we just saw a shove. I think Bradley's deciding he is all in. I don't know if that's a call or if he is shoving all in without any action prior. Okay, so Edwin all in. We had a fold, 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 and a call by Bradley Craig.
We haven't been able to read Ed's cards yet. I think he's holding them up over the table. Computer's a little on the lag here. Okay, Ace King
There it is.
versus Queen Jack.
Yikes.
One of these two players going to have a bunch of chips. One might be eliminated.
And one might not have very many chips at all.
Right, yeah.
Ooh, 8-10 queen. Brad spikes a queen. Will the legend of seat 9 live on? A 3 on the turn. And a 4 on the river. Bradley Craig.
Unbelievable.
He had how many?
I think he had...
It was like 30 or
I think
20,000.
it was less than 20,000 at one point. When he got into the money, I think he had less than 20,000 in front of him. So,
Unbelievable.
big run for Bradley Craig.
This reminds me of the Windbreak tournament for the Dakota Poker Tour a couple years ago with Cody Slusher with this roller coaster of a ride, also extremely short stacked, fights his way up to a massive chip stack, ultimately losing. But this is Bradley Craig we're talking about. He's got that look, whether it's in his eye or whatever. We are going to take a short break. We are going to reshuffle for seats. We are down to final table action here at the Golden Nugget in Las Vegas, Nevada. We'll be back right after the break.
All right, here we go, Bri.
Okay. Unfortunately, we didn't string a microphone out to the head table so I could do a whole spiel that I like to do when we get to the final table.
Yeah, you like doing that.
You've seen it then. You've
Yeah.
seen my little spiel. Usually ask who wants to win it, and no one says a damn thing. So, luckily, this time, I think everyone clapped. There's a lot on the line. World Series of Poker, $10,000 World Series of Poker package, $1,500 cash, and a national champion bracelet. As the promo suggests, Chasin Bracelets. We have final tabled. We're down to which means we're down to our final 9. In seat 1, we have Craig Ashley out of the Office Bar in Chicago. He'll start out with $300,000. Lester Hauglid playing out of Detroit Lakes, Minnesota at the Shorewood Pub. He'll have $460,000. David Collette out of the Eagles Club in Norfolk, Nebraska. $110,000, I believe, is our second shortest chip stack at the table. Greg Larson playing out of East Bethel, Minnesota at Route 65. He's still sitting here. He's going to start with just under $1 million, $935,000. Bradley Craig, The Incredible Story. And then we see Joel Smith, Nick Boyd.
I don't know. I don't get the reference.
Inside joke, yeah. So Bradley Craig playing at Castleton Vets Club in Castleton, North Dakota. $705,000 in chips. He's had quite the ride if you are just joining us. Brett Zimmerman, also out of Chicago, plays at Muggs in Manor. He's our only player that has eclipsed over the million mark. $1,040,000. Kevin Spain, also out of Chicago, playing at Magoo's. He'll have $280,000. Ed Cavacciuti, our Delaware boy, just got severely crippled. He's down to $45,000. And the guy who's got the target on his head, rounding off our table in seat 9, we'll see how that comes into play. Joel Smith, former national champion, most decorated player in Free Poker Network history. He's got about $235,000 to be exact in chips. And Kevin Spain is all in. And before Kevin Spain might leave us, not this hand, but as a short stack, I don't know why this has been in my head, but Kevin Spain is if Kevin Bacon in the song Never Been to Spain by Three Dog Night had a baby. I don't know where that comes into, why my brain works that way.
You've been in Vegas too long, maybe.
Far too long.
Maybe too long. It's time to go home.
I need to hit the Oxygen Bar, which oddly enough has a cigar bar connected to it. It's like one stand out on Fremont. But there we are. Ed Cavacciuti and David Collette need to start making moves, and they need to get lucky. That's probably the biggest component of this the piece of the puzzle there, is they need to be lucky.
We don't have much time until the blinds are going to be going up to 20 and 40,000. They're half-hour blind levels.
We will now, thankfully, not need any more player updates. We can clear our table of many, many notes. Joel Smith going all in. He's pretty much in that position. For reference, 456,000 is the average chip stack.
Okay.
So that's a good marker to be at. Finally getting down to our final table. We're starting to amass a crowd. If you're joining us on Facebook or YouTube, thank you very much. If you're joining on YouTube, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Get our subscriber count up. We're nowhere near monetization. Monetization, that's probably it. But I think we've eclipsed that 100 subscriber mark. We can finally change our URL. This is something to celebrate. Crack a beer to you at home. Pop a bottle of champagne. Ed Cavicciuti is all in. See if there's any biters. Brett Zimmerman can pretty much call off any stack and not really be too hurt. Two live cards for Ed. Probably happy to see he's ahead pre-flop. And he flops an open-ender, Brett does, but he also gets a queen. There are some 8s and 3s gone out of the deck. It is a 7 on the turn. 4 outs. And a 10 on the river. Ed Cavicciuti, he did have some words to say. He was quite livid on this break because he said he's only played premium hands on this last go around on the live stream, and the cards didn't fall his way.
This wasn't working for him. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously you can start with the good hands, but you don't always end with the best hand.
I totally get the frustration. He's playing a tight game. Hint, hint, if you're watching, well, don't tell anyone, but he's playing a tight game. We'll see if the strategy pays off. But the main thing is Ed is still at the table, still repping every layer of 49's gear he has. And to go on top of that, he's got a massive beard and long hair.
Kind of living his best life here.
Yeah.
Makes the final table. His team's looking good going into the NFL playoffs next weekend.
Joel Smith moving all in. Might be seeing a call here from Craig Ashley, who does not have Joel covered, but only by 10,000. Yeah, Craig is. See, it's something to think about. What a relief, a sigh of relief we would be able to hear at the table to know that Joel Smith could theoretically be eliminated if he were to be, as he is that former national champion. We're going to see a bunch of folds, though. Bradley Craig moving from the 9 to the 5 spot. And we'll fold around to Joel will scoop that pot up. You know, I'm surprised Ed was so vocal and I guess when on break, his card holder is Eeyore. I was more expecting him to be like, oh, bother, another bad run of cards. That's more so the reaction I was hoping to get out of Ed. Back to being short stacked. Hope I can double up or something. See if Joel Smith goes all in light again. Leicester will raise to 70,000. David folds. Craig is going to call. Fold, fold, fold. Action on Ed. And we'll be 2 to the flop. Lester and Greg. Ace 10 versus Jack 10 suited. And 2 aces on the flop. All red though, so it's going to be pretty easy for Lester to get away from this if Greg decides to bet.
Well, that's going to shut down the action for sure. Shop's going to be closed up for Lester.
Greg will make it 60,000. Lester will fold. You can see kind of in the top middle of the screen, Nikki Smith, the counterpart to Joel Smith. It looks like to be her birthday today. I know we celebrated it yesterday.
No.
Oh, blinds went up.
It's a little confusing, I know, when you think about it, but that was after midnight last night.
Oh my God.
It's actually still the same day.
Unreal.
It's okay, Brian. I mean, not everyone's cut out for telling time.
I'm not. Time is a different thing in Vegas.
The tournament started yesterday. Does that help?
Oh my God. Well then, no, it started today. This tournament
started today. But the tournament she was playing in last night started
yesterday, ended today.
Yeah.
Whew. That's unreal. And to think,
just trying to keep it together.
I've slept for 4 hours, got up early, disc golfed, saw the Bison and Vikings game at my uncle's, came back, and now we're back into it, and that's all jam-packed into a day. But there was more, apparently, right after midnight. Kevin Spain raising to 85, Joel Smith just 45 more to call. And he will make the call. No, he didn't just make the call. He went all in. It's a power move by a former national champion.
Sure is. Sensed some weakness in the raise from Kevin. So thought he'd go for it, looking for an opportunity to pick up a big pot.
Kevin, if you sit in the think tank for an extended amount of time, no one's upset.
Oh, is he going to get sevens to fold? Especially when I can't entertain playing a hand.
poltergeist enter the audio and literally scared the living daylights out of Chris and I. So what really happened is a headphone jack went out that created a really nasty feedback loop. So we're working on that right now. We had the players take a quick 5-minute break. Not that a quick 5 minute is any less long than a long 5-minute break. We'll be back very shortly, though, while we work out a technical difficulty. I want to thank you for your patience, and if anything, this just builds up the anticipation to see our winner for the Chasin Bracelets National Championship. All right,
Deal the
ladies
cards
and
out, everybody gets
gentlemen,
to draw where they want to sit. Highest
nothing
card.
like a little technical difficulty to send the entire production team into a panic, and by entire production team, I mean Goose and myself. You sat here really calm and collected.
Yeah, I mean, I still can't hear out my left ear, but that's fine.
When that man tells
I don't use that ear a lot anymore, so.
Yeah, luckily poker is kind of a silent game.
Back to the business of chasing some bracelets here and crowning a champion.
Good luck.
Hopefully sooner rather than later.
Yeah, there we go. So. Yeah, that's all right. If you heard that, my apologies.
Is that why they brought you in? As long as we're turning that.
We tried something different today. We'll try winning today. See how that feels. Not much different. Whatever.
Not me. I've had a lot of luck today. Is what I've had.
I blame the coach. It's mostly coach. I don't know. Listen, may also be bad too. But like, we'll get it next year. We'll find out. Can't get this. You know what I mean?
Greg Larson with Ace King. He's got just under $1 million in chips.
Action will fold around to Ed Cavicciuti. He would be all in to call, which he will not. Joel Smith will fold as well. Over to Craig Ashley, who has folded, and Greg Larson is up over that $1 million in chips pot.
And
Never mind.
it's 20, 40, 40.
On a what? 14 years. I ain't gonna start now. What we doing around? Set fireball.
If anyone from Alpha Brain is listening, we're open for sponsorships. Our brains are currently malfunctioning, along with some of the audio equipment, which is just fine.
Fireball. Keep it easy. Keep it easy.
All right, so Greg Larson, 40K to call. Looking down at ace 5, unsuited. Looks like he'll just make the call. Brad and Brett will fold. Kevin Spain will call.
Just the one. We're good. I don't need to get a two.
Ed will fold. Likely see another fold here. Not actually, because Craig Ashley is in the small blind, thus making it cheaper for him to see.
I'm not
Just a call.
captain of the shot. Take care of this. Yeah.
But Lester Hauglin will go all in. For 350,000.
So he's just trying to, he picked the spot here, deciding that everyone's limping because they might not have premium hands. And just kind of speculative hands, and so he has decided, you know what, I'm going to make my move right here. I'm going to give it a try right now. And look at that.
Scooping up what equates to 4 big blinds, plus the ante, 5 big blinds he just picked up, just by going all in.
And we had talked about it earlier in the live stream about situational poker, and that's exactly what that was just identifying people and having a stack that people don't want to instant call or punt on high. And there's a lot of players, when the first player folds because they're not sure what the other players behind them are doing, right? So as there's more continuing action, it becomes more and more likely that
There has
if
to be
you
some
can have the weakest hand kind of
fulcrum of niceness involved.
Yeah.
you're going to get everybody to fold. It's a great play to make, and you would hope that even if somebody has ace king, you have 2 live cards to maybe hopefully make a pair and move on. So I don't mind that at all. I kind of like it actually, especially when there's no difference between who gets eliminated
Right.
9th or 8th or 7th or 6th or 5th or 4th or 3rd or 2nd. Only the person who wins tonight wins the big prize. So, and if one person just decides I'm going to go for it and start bombing and shoving and ripping,
it could pay off. So it's kind of an interesting strategy of what you want to employ here. Oh, it was a misdeal right there.
They got 2 guys commentating in the poker night.
But do you want to be super aggressive all the way through till you reach that final one? See if that'll be the strategy that pays off, or since there's the only upside is that you make it to first.
I was working on chip tricks earlier. I haven't been able to call a hand
Not
yet.
much downside to being eliminated now.
Just for the record, his idea is
Rolling the chip right into the deal, yeah.
Greg Larson will be first to act. Greg Larson just looks like he should be coaching a football team. That's maybe in his spare time. Gives me a lot of Andy Reid vibes with that mustache.
Good luck, Owen.
Ed all in with his pocket 3s after Bradley raised to 90
I'll
with
force
pocket
you.
8s. I believe Joel folds, so it'll
I love the
be
real delayed reaction. They're like, oh shit,
Ed
people are all in.
versus
Fun stuff's
Brad
happening. Come on, no. Let's go, Ed. We're taking a nap back there for 20 minutes. Go to, baby.
versus
Wait a second. Do your shot before.
That's good.
versus David, who has 15K left.
We have to step away to the table. We're going to do it right here anyway. Add his hand
a
over.
couple of callers, there's 3 players that are going to be all in here.
Oh, so Ed and David had the same chip stack. David is the favorite to win. David can triple up, knocking a player out and taking a little chunk from Bradley. We're going to see 7, 4, ace, 2 spades, another spade, and queen. That's going to give David Collette the ability to breathe a little bit easy. He just tripled up, knocking out Ed Cavachudi, a fan favorite. Oh, bro, just got knocked out. You guys want to take a shot? We're going to hold up the tournament. This one's acceptable.
The Delaware crew.
Plus Joel Smith. What a beautiful sight. I love that.
God bless America. Let's go.
I should just have put that's victory for you, baby.
Having
Good
fun.
now.
That's what poker's all about. Sometimes you get so wrapped up into the game you take too seriously, and sometimes you forget, oh yeah, this is supposed to be recreation, it's supposed to be fun, it's supposed to be, something to enjoy. Instead of, but that being said, it'll also twist you and make you crazy at the same time.
We'll see, I guess, who at the table that took the shots is a lightweight or not. If that one, that looked like a pretty sizable shot. See if it affects anyone's judgment, or might have to rebalance the coloring on the TV if anyone starts getting flushed in the face. Bradley Craig raising to 80,000. Brett Zimmerman calls with pocket eights. We'll see a fold around to Lester, who is sitting on rockets.
So he got super aggressive the last time, and it looks like he's going to do it again.
All in, why not? Could get 160,000 out of the deal if he's got if Brett folds. However, Lester's all in. Could be getting 160,000 from Brad and Brett should they fold. Lester just went all in, sensing weakness in hands. It's not hard to identify that necessarily if you're another player. Like, he did go all in, he probably has bad hands, but I don't have anything that I want to go all in with. Here, Brett has, something you might want to call an all in with. Bradley as well, if they think Lester is going all in a little bit light. Brett does know unless Lester has pocket eights, he's got 2 live cards. That's a ring that Brett's using. I wonder if that's poker related or another sport. Could be his high school class ring. I'm not sure.
Yes! Nice job, Les. Oh, come on, give them a challenge.
Oh, go!
5-6 of heart would have cracked him if he would have lifted.
Probably.
Man, your rules not very supportive.
I know, right? That's because her husband's in seat 9.
Oh, okay. That checks out more.
She's like, good job.
No, she wasn't super supportive of him when I moved.
Good job, Les.
He's a lucky guy married to a birthday girl.
No, you got one.
That round of shots seemed to have breathed a little bit of life into our table. Kevin fold, Joel folds. Craig goes all in. Ace-8 Lester does have a hand that you would be interested in calling. It is 2/7, just about of his chip stack.
We can jump in.
Be more than that now. The all-ins for 180,000. David Collette, though, on the other hand, might consider going all in here. Try to isolate his hand just to go one-on-one with Craig. Wow.
It's a guess. It's a guess. I was just a guess.
I don't know what better hand you're waiting for than Ace-Jack to try to accumulate chips. I know he just doubled up, but maybe a missed opportunity there for David. Now he does have, obviously, everybody at the table has more chips than he does. So, I get it. He just doubled up.
Don't want to give them all back. However, just because you just doubled up doesn't mean you can't get more chips.
That's right.
That's the name of the game. So, a missed stake there from David. But we'll see. Greg Larson calls with King 9. Unfortunately, he's suited, does not want to see G. In a full house.
You're hot.
That's why David didn't call. What are you thinking?
It's true.
I don't know how that guy in C4 sleeps, but whatever.
So just because we now know the results, don't hate on us in the comments. In the same situation, given that that action, I think there's plenty of people to agree. There's probably some to disagree, and you can make the argument to fold that, knowing a big chip stack is still in the mix and may want to. I mean, once you're all in, you're all in. You can't boss anyone around, but oh well. David Klett lives to see another day. Avoids what would have been a knockout had he went all in. Kevin Spain, first act, he'll fold. Joel Smith, ace 8. We have 7 players remaining?
7 players, yeah.
7. Average chip stack is now 587,000. David Klett is now all in with another ace jack, unless, is this deja vu? Joel Smith might be calling here.
Bradley Craig folded 5s. Joel did raise. David pushed back, all in. Now for Joel, the decision.
It's already 11. Fuck. Sorry about swearing on the TV talk. That's my bad. I'll apologize right now.
This is going out on network TV.
Guys, you know, it's a family-friendly poker network. I don't want to ruin our reputation or anything.
All right.
We can do the shots on this one. I assume we were trying to keep everything discreet.
He is suited, but I do want to point out Joel Smith is sitting in the 9 seed. Joel Smith has not yet really experienced all that the 9 seed has to offer, and it's not much. 10-6-3.
I was going to say
9, 7 for the straight, and an 8 saves Joel Smith from losing chips, knocks David Klett out. Ace Jack, David should just fold every Ace Jack from here on out. That would have been twice in a row. We thought he should have called or went all in with Ace Jack. He did this time. Gets knocked out with a lesser ace. Joel Smith accumulating more chips. Joel Smith also a former national champion, looking for yet another notch on his belt. Want to thank a few people tuning in on YouTube. I believe there's 54 in all right now. We just went to our technical difficulty break, which is pretty selfish of our equipment to need a break. But Mike Tassoni, Anne Marie, Anna Kay, Francisco Lorenzo. He hit the button.
What is this?
Earl Corlew. Thank you guys all for tuning in on YouTube.
Streaming, you might want to get what's next door. It seems like they're having a good time there.
Anne
Don't go away
Marie,
from us. It's
Anna
like
Kay,
so already
right,
closed
right.
captioning.
2 a.m. in the morning here. She must be East Coast.
Yeah. But put
Must
the
be
small
Delaware.
corner here, you know?
Cut back
Watching the action.
Yeah.
So take your time on fixing the audio technical. Wow, difficulties. They've got nothing else to do. Thank you. We do get it resolved fairly quickly. Kevin checks his option. We'll see a flop. King 9 deuce. Brett hits top pair. Kevin has a gut shot. 100,000. Greg has the flush draw. Brett will make the call. Kevin will get out of the way. I think Kevin did fold. That'll be corrected. Does get a little repetitive driving the machine, so any like moment of getting distracted will potentially throw off some of the action. But we got it figured out. We got to check down on the river, and Brett will be taking home a nice sized pot. Will be our second player to eclipse the 1 million in chips mark.
Is that a TV option I'm unaware of?
I mean, he can do that. He can just turn his chips in real quick.
And if you're just tuning in, you're watching the final 6 at our main event, Chasin Bracelets National Championship. All these players participate in the Free Poker Network, which is a nationwide bar league. I believe we are in 10 states right now. If you're looking to potentially want to add your name to the list of participating bars or locations, go to freepokernetwork.com. Find some instructions on there on how to join. Lester with pocket tens raising to 160,000.
Nobody interested in Lester's raise.
Call me selfish, but I hope we don't experience one of those inevitable lulls in poker.
There will be no lulls, selfish.
None.
There will be no lull. There shall be none.
Must have been pretty nice to be able to commentate.
I feel like we're getting squeezed a little. I'm not a little worried.
Poker.
Oh yeah.
Get rid of all the time shuffling.
Yeah, the highlights are a lot more exciting.
Speaking of shuffling, we do want to thank the dealers here at the Golden Nugget. Something to consider: finger fatigue. These these cards are RFID, and that they actually are the RFID chip. Like the whole card is, so they're a bit stiffer than your average playing card. Not immediately, but over time, if you're not a seasoned dealer, you will for sure experience finger fatigue and maybe some chafing as well.
I think I'm really, after this emotional plea you just made, ready to start a telethon.
Like the last 7 years, everyone knows where DL's
I think
at.
you've sealed it with me, and I think that I'm going to start a fundraiser and see if we can get some high-name celebrities to be part of it. You know, get
Some sad puppy dog eyes to look you at the face. It is 2 a.m. in Delaware. This would be the perfect time to roll the clips.
We don't need puppies for this, just fingers.
Fingers.
Trembling fingers, tight shots on those. to fight finger fatigue. Call now.
Accidentally misdealing cards.
1-800-FINGERS. Fight finger fatigue.
You can donate.
I was told the rules.
Word of the day just came in. Delirious, oddly enough.
My wife brings the headphones. He listened to us 30 minutes ago.
And
He wants to live his
Were
life.
we
in
more
a delay.
entertaining back then?
picking up
He wants to
with
live his life in a delay.
Yes,
We didn't have shots to-
Yes. Could not have been that
now
entertaining.
season.
I'm gonna
Don't
be
show
honest.
your face. Don't give away anything.
Pre,
Brad.
yes, pre-shots. Yeah, we didn't even get rid of people for pre-shots.
Bradley Craig is below that average chip stack number. See a fold, 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 and probably a fold, fold.
That is true. Man, I'm telling you. Depends on how much the fireball changed your memory in that short time.
Call now if you would like to donate.
No, first, I'm gonna stand by option
One
one.
out of every 3 dealers in using RFID cards will suffer from finger
I'm
fatigue.
gonna stick with option.
I'm talking about party.
No.
At Chris Hansen Bison is the Venmo.
Everybody else.
Venmo your funds. Fight finger fatigue.
Pretty much.
My NFL, like
At Chris
Chicago, Denver.
Hansen
Same
with
state
an
for
O,
sure.
Bison,
Yeah.
B-I-S.
But
We
it's,
see each other at
they always
state,
tell me
that's
Sure,
fine.
the money goes to
I used to have a
people who need it.
Need it the most.
Doing the most good with $2 to
Dana!
help finger fatigue.
What are the blinds at?
In fighting finger fatigue, we buy therapeutic gloves. We also buy little tiny ice packs that
Thanks, Dana.
dealers can put on their fingers.
Bigger ice packs.
And we also have a sponsorship deal now with Bag Balm for the chafing that you also spoke about. So if you're interested at all, donations, anything over $100.
Yeah. You can't count this.
We are in the works of getting
I
callus
used to do it
scrubbing
my hands busy.
sponsorship as well.
I can for the
So if
stream,
you
I'll
make
Yeah, the
callus
60-60
scrubbers,
big blind is rough.
The
you
Jake's
can also
out.
donate to @Chris Hansen
Wait,
Bison.
On Venmo, yeah. All right, so blinds are up. Speaking of money, more money to play poker, 30, 60, 60. You hate to see it, but at some point it does just become players are automatically going to be all in until you get down to like 1 or 2 people, and they have.
Even then, it kind of comes down to that. Here, Kevin Spain must be understanding that, although he is extremely short stacked. Lester with just 750,000 in a crappy hand, not quite in position, but Joel Smith, I think, said fold. Greg Larson, King Queen, we're probably going to see a call here. Either a call or an all-in to try to isolate.
145.
It's a call.
Man, you don't.
So it'll be interesting to see
like
what
all blinds.
Bradley Craig has. Queen Jack.
Also tempting. And he will call as well.
Yep.
Don't leave me alone.
So Bradley and Greg will battle it out to the end. We'll see if it's the unbreakable check down to the river.
I'll be gamed up and I'll have no rail left probably.
I suspect Greg will probably take that chip stack and try to throw it around at Brad, but he'll check. Brad checks. If we see a queen, it'll be interesting. There's a king. Greg, no hesitation, will check. And 7 on the river. Greg checks.
Tens.
Kevin Spain eliminated in 6th place.
Got his $1,500 worth of poker package coming his way. Everyone here playing for a $10,000 seat at the World Series of Poker coming up later on this year, right here in Las Vegas. And then also they get $1,500 for expenses, if you would, and then also a bracelet to our champion tonight, the Chasin Bracelets, which you could win that bracelet and then go get another bracelet at the World Series of Poker. So ultimately, the chase could be a very long one in your chase for a bracelet.
Joel, you need the commentary first.
I do appreciate all of our watchers on YouTube and Facebook
Do I us to do our own commentary?
I'm trying to be
technical
entertaining. That's too much
difficulties.
to
You guys
ask.
are 30 minutes in the
I'll
past.
do it. I mean,
Let's go play slots.
I can't wait until we start seeing the comments for finger fatigue.
Oh
awareness.
my goodness. You should monitor the Facebook comments. I'm on YouTube here.
Make sure that everyone is well aware of
It's actually at pandemic levels.
the horrors of finger fatigue.
I'll take it. It's either threatening seat 9. Whatever, all the chips in it, whatever.
He was so excited to love it that he just wanted to put more in.
Well, he was complaining about the blinds going, now he was going 80,000
It worked. It worked. It worked. Are you proud?
You're not.
Of course, the comments are just now coming in as we came back from that 5-minute break. Let's go Ed. Let's go Edible.
Oh, come on now.
Paper B33ZY. Paper BZ, I think is how they want us to say that. Wants to know, just jumped on, how's Ed doing? I could tell him now he's knocked out. That would be a shame.
Asked about the Terminator thing.
And probably not moral to type that
No,
on
it's just like not
the thread now. The live chat of the 30-minute delay.
130.
We'd probably lose 47 of 47 people out in Delaware
Yeah, we
watching
got to keep
this.
them around for the telethon. Don't go scaring away our potential donors, Brian.
I think we really should send them post Brooke Leiter's number.
He'll figure out that
Owner of FPN.
No, we just continue with at Chris Hansen.
Oh, yes, of course.
For Venmo, all the donations.
Right. We had a
Give
guy
him the
at the table
office
that
number
did
as
that.
well.
Were you at that table?
Yeah, I was at, I'm the one that called her because she's like
$100
shuffling. I was like,
He lost 500.
And do mark friends and family, not goods, on the payment. So Joel, 3 bets to 330,000. I never doubt you.
How many people were in? 225?
Good job, you guys.
In case you're just joining us, you're watching live coverage from the Golden Nugget in Las Vegas, Nevada. We're down to 5 players on our main event. This tournament started at 10 a.m. That is in the morning, and it will soon be yesterday morning in about 34 minutes. Slowly but surely understanding the concept of dates and time. Joel Smith getting a little distracted. I wonder if that 2.5-ounce shot had anything to do with it that they took earlier. When Edible was knocked out. Looks like we'll have a dealer change after this hand. There's our current chip count, if you can read quick. If not, bummer. Bradley Craig with just 200,000 now, going to go all in with, I think he's just looking at the suits there. Fold around to Lester. And our big chip stack, Greg's probably going to see the ace and make the call. So we have an all-in and a call. Bradley Craig is going to have 2 live cards. And they will be suited, which is always a bonus.
Greg spikes the ace on the flop to strengthen his hand.
But Bradley Craig
goes
survives.
nines. And now he's going to spend the next minute and a half stacking chips, but he will gladly do that as...
Unbelievable. This is the 3rd time he has escaped, third time I think, he's escaped elimination. Bradley Craig, playing out of Castleton, North Dakota, is hopefully not done with his run good, because clearly he's on one right now.
Speaking of being on one right now, another fun fact about finger fatigue.
Oh, yeah?
Is that the most common drug that you are on with finger fatigue is actually ibuprofen. And that's one of the things that we won't be buying for people suffering because it's pretty much free, so you can get the ibuprofen on your own to help battle the finger fatigue.
No need for a prescription.
Wow.
That's what we call some OTC drugs.
If you look clearly, you can see the dealer's left pointer finger not really making contact with the cards. I wonder if that's...
that finger experiencing the most fatigue.
Finger fatigue rearing its ugly finger.
We're unbelievable.
We've been stuck back here for a long time.
Yeah. This is what you call a marathon stream.
Yeah. I was a little shocked. They said we're going from 50 all the way down to the winner. I thought that was some sort of rude joke. Turns out it wasn't.
It was not.
That's what we're doing.
Just so you know, we are coming up on our 5th hour
Gee whiz.
with a couple of breaks in there. We finally gotten to Ed being knocked out of the tournament in the live stream.
Sadness, huh?
Yeah. However, Brett,
Got some fans too?
nah, he's just got pocket jiggities.
Okay.
It's gonna raise to 125,000. We'll see if he gets any action out of this. Lester will fold, and so will Greg, and it's now up to Bradley Craig. He's gonna look at a couple of garbage cards. If you are a Free Poker Network player, don't forget, or let me tell you for the first time, we have almost read my mind, but we do have a new promotion, and it's live now. It's the $100,000 Vegas World Championship here in, obviously, Las Vegas, Nevada. We're doubling down on the prize pool. It's a lot of money. If you're playing in the league, the top 3 in every game earns a code into the weekly online qualifier. So each week, we're going to be qualifying one person, or some people at least, to the main event for that promotion. Bradley Craig.
Joel raised with Jack 10, and now Bradley
It's going to
shoving
shove.
with kings. So we're going back to Joel.
Joel's going to look at what he'll be left with.
220,000 a call, so he'd have right around $500,000 still left after he made this call, if you wanted to see the flop. If you missed the flop, the chances go down dramatically. Well, he decides to let it go. Bradley just continuing to not go away. I think he's
Not
had,
that we want him to.
No, he's had a ton of double ups and playing well. Getting a little lucky here and there. You got to have that, obviously. Anyone who tells you that they don't get lucky during a poker tournament is lying to you.
No, what I was going to say is Free Poker Network has launched a new and improved version of the website. Still go to freepokernetwork.com. But All players will need to essentially re-register just by clicking at the top, log in, enter your phone number, get a code, verify that that's your phone number, and you're in. We're going to repopulate the databases.
Just saw Lester fold fives. You're playing in a five-handed game and you have pocket fives.
You can pretty much guarantee that's the best hand. Pre-flop, but yeah, we're not nine-handed. This isn't early in the tournament. When you have the hands, because it could be many hands in the future until you see even a paired hole cards.
I guarantee if you go through the string where you see nothing but 9-3 offsuit, you're going to wish you had those pocket fives back. I guarantee you.
Brad will fold as well. Action on Brett, and I think Brett folds. And Joel Smith folds, meaning Lester will take home a easy pot. Anne Marie says, good night, y'all. Well, thank you, Anne Marie, for tuning in for so long. I believe Anne Marie was in Delaware time, East Coast time, so it is 11:40 here, local time, so that means it's much later back over there. Bradley folds. There's that 9-3 that you called. Joel Smith, we'll see what he's going to do with a paired hand. That is a sign of a previous national champion. At least making it more expensive to play. Greg Larson is now under that million in chips. Average chip stack at 5-handed. Want to take a guess?
I'm going to say somewhere in the neighborhood of 650,000.
It is 800. And 22,000. We're seeing a flop.
Yeah, Greg called. Flops 5-6-5 with two spades.
Great flop for Joel.
Joel immediately goes all in, and Greg has to fold, catching no piece of that.
But there, right there, Joel Smith has a pocket pair, decides to actually play the hand, gets a call from the raise at minimum. He's gonna get some more chips coming his way. Now, of course, it doesn't always look like that. Sometimes the other hand will catch what they need, but it's an opportunity, and it's those little opportunities along the way that make people like Joel Smith a multinational champion and final table in yet another national championship. We do have pretty experienced players at our table. I did not ask Brett how long he's been playing poker, nor Lester. But we do know Greg Larson has been playing for at least 10 years. Bradley, Greg has been playing for about 13 years with a 5-year hiatus in there. Rejoined the Poker League, and we do have an all-in. After a raise from Brett with pocket nines, Greg goes all-in with ace-jack. Brett?
Okay, if he folds here, I will be very, very surprised. I mean, eventually at some point you got to do something before you start running out of options, and that means as blinds get higher. It's just...
It's 150,000 per orbit.
Yeah.
Which is still significant considering Brett, even at 785, you're looking at not even 7 times around the table.
Easy for us to say we're not 1,100 and... or 11
out, million out, 500, 375,800 minutes.
Exactly. $11,500 worth of poker and travel package. We don't have that.
No.
On the line for us, so it's easy for us to say these things, but I know it's a lot more difficult when you're sitting there thinking about that situation. Opportunities to play at this level to try to win a prize like that don't come around all that often, so you want to make the most of your opportunity.
And
oh, he's torn up. He is torn side to side, up and down. He's been torn into 4 tiny little pieces over this call.
of which he's taken his chip protector off, nearly thrown his cards in the muck, put them back, and
Boy, once they
looked
fully
at
cross
him.
that line, it's over. There you go.
Yeah, he'll fold. I get it, but you can make the argument both ways. Should have been a call. Or it should have been a fold. Either way. We're going to continue on. Chip values on the table. Those black chips are worth 5,000. The gray chips are 25K. Blind levels currently at 30, 60, 60. And oh, look at this. Joel doesn't know it yet. But we got Rockies. See if Joel's demeanor changes at all. Seems to be about same behaviors. Just a raise to 200,000. He definitely wants to try to get someone in. Little chunk away at them. Now, if he calls with King 9, I'm color me shocked.
Nope, no action.
Looks like all the players have decided to take a break. Perhaps just a tinkle.
Don't know who gave them the vote, but okay.
This is a democracy now. We are back. And it's time to
Careful.
continue.
That's trademarked.
Is it?
Copywritten. No, you know it.
Oh, boy.
You might have just cost us a bunch of money.
Well, might have. But we'll wait 30 minutes until that does happen.
Hit the dump button.
There you go. Anyways, it is time. You can say that. You just can't say it like him.
Yeah.
He's
Yep.
a greedy son of a gun. We have updated chip counts. We got players refreshened, bladders emptied, lungs filled with smoke for those that smoke, and Lester in our 2-seat, 750,000. Jesus, this TV, 750,000 in not starting chips, his current chips.
Leave it. Right there.
For fuck's sakes.
That's why I was asking at the deal. I tried to ask before we went because I was like, oh, I want my blonde to be the same.
40,000 in chips. Bradley Craig, 495,000. Brett Zimmerman, 765,000. And Joel Smith with the chip lead. 1.165000 in chips. Yes, we are updated, so it's looking very beautiful. 40. The blinds are up to 40, 80 with an 80,000 big blind ante. This TV seems to be defying physics, leaning forward. But Bradley Craig with King Jack offsuit. We also have colored up. The players have not lost the value of their chips. They just have less, and we have a matching hand with Joel Smith. And flop is 3 hearts. It's really all that matters. Brad is going to move all in. And we'll see another hand. This is our Chasin Bracelets National Championship. You can see our chip count again. The rule of thumb thus far has kind of been 10 big blinds or less, and you are going to need to shove. Well, we're kind of all at that 10 big blind or less. What's the difference between 10 and 11?
At this point, you have all of the players are right there within, a couple 100,000 of each other from top to bottom, and so what that does is it creates a lot of fear.
Yeah.
Because nobody, everybody, when one player makes a big raise, everybody else knows that they're so close. It's not like everyone's trying to chip up. They're so close. Like this could go to anybody right now.
Right. Which, if you're sitting at home watching this, that's almost exactly want to see if you have some of your favorite players playing right now. So I think our finger fatigue is finally coming through the stream. I had a case of the giggle fits. Bradley Craig will probably be folding here. We would like to also thank the Golden Nugget. That's where we're at right now. World-class staff and poker room. And here, Brett Zimmerman raising it up to 180,000. Lester Hauglid has cards to call with, if not go all in with. Lester sporting the Barber John's Professional Services apparel. If you're in the Detroit Lakes area, this is what I'm assuming. Barber John's is in that area. Not to be confused with the not so well known Beatles song Barbara John's instead of Barbara Ann. Our flop comes 6-4-10. I did see what that ring is in front of Brett Zimmerman. It's a replica of a Denver Broncos Super Bowl ring, which makes sense since he appears to be a Broncos fan. Brett will fold over to Joel, suited connectors. Looks like we'll raise it up to 200,000. Lester will shove all in with pocket tens. Greg folds. Greg was our chip leader, now down to that 600,000 range. Joel will fold, and Lester's going to be our chip leader with 1.2 million. And there she is in all her glory, our Chasin Bracelets national champion bracelet. Made in Italy. It's the bracelet will go to our winner here tonight, along with $10,000 World Series of Poker prize package and $1,500 in cash. Greg Larson gonna shove all in. See a couple of folds here. Greg Larson now. One of our YouTube commenters believes Greg Larson looks like Larry Bird.
Mustache gets you there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Larry Legend. Still five-handed.
See what Lester does with this hand here. Five-handed, you see an ace. You're feeling good about it.
Absolutely, yeah.
Brett is gonna call. Joel will check, and we'll see a flop. Our dealer Shane here went on coffee break. He is back.
Ice the fingers down.
Iced him down, yep. Even cryo chambered. Have you ever done that?
I have. It's creepy. But
It's something
effective.
else. Yeah. So Joel Smith shoves all in. Brett folds. Also been in a cryo chamber. It's cold, but it's a quick blast. It kind of resets. Hell, I don't know what I'm talking about. I just got super cold. As we continue on into our next day, it is now technically Monday. Our viewers are slowly dropping out on YouTube. A lot of them were our Delaware folks, or on the East Coast, 3 hours ahead of us. And the way this five-handed stage in our tournament has been going, there's been no real big swings. Everyone's been within about 600,000 to 800,000, with a couple shuffling back and forth between that million chip mark. Currently, Greg Larson up top with 1 million about in chips. So there isn't necessarily a big stack that can really push people around.
If anything, it sounds ridiculous, but the smaller stacks are the ones who could push the bigger stacks around, because the big stacks are trying to hold on and protect. So, like I said, with so many of these players right there within a raised pot of one another, it just tightens everything up. Nobody wants to be the first person to blink or make a mistake or make a move.
It does cost 200,000 in chips every orbit.
And that's true, but they're just shuffling them around the table.
Right, that's
You know
all
what I
that's
mean?
happening
Yeah,
right now.
There's really, there's a raised pot maybe once in orbit, but we haven't seen, a couple of them that get, and if somebody raises, if nobody calls, what have we seen? One flop in the last 5-6 hands. Obviously, each orbit, if you're going to see one flop, there's really no change.
Yeah, not really.
So, now, if you really want to have some fun every orbit, if there is no flop, we should just go out there and take one orbit's worth of chips from everybody.
I'm okay with that.
That would be fun,
Get to stretch the legs a bit.
dwindling their chip stacks.
Yeah.
By taking the chips out of play. I think that'd be fair.
Instead of waiting 30 minutes for blind levels to increase again, our next blind level will be 60, 120, 120. If we don't see hands moving now, for sure we will when it's getting that expensive to play. It does appear as if we're experiencing that little lull.
little bit of a move. Bradley moving all in with 9-7 of spades and a call from Greg. So
Oh boy. Got an all-in and a call. Bradley Craig at risk. See if Bradley's run good ends here or if it continues with the flop an 8-8-3. And a deuce on the turn. It's going to need to see a 9 or a 7. And an 8 on the river will eliminate Bradley Craig.
what a run.
Wow. The ups and downs, the sitting in seat 9, rivering cards to double up or knock people out. Bradley Craig, what an incredible tournament to you, sir. We're glad you came back to the sport of poker after your 5-year hiatus. We're glad you're a local North Dakotan to Chris and I, and a great representation of the Castleton Vets Club. So we are now 4-handed. Craig Larson should have a really big chip lead now. And it's time for Lester to shove all in, 950,000. Greg's gonna fold. Brett gonna fold as well, and we're just gonna shuffle out the blinds and annies, shuffle them around the table. Lester exposing his hand to the table. It's a power move for sure. Our gallery has dwindled down a little bit after losing a couple players. Actually, it's been a while since Kevin Spain has been eliminated. Don't even know what that time is, but it's been a while. Lester's gonna potentially raise here. I think he said it's 340. It's a nice size raise. Joel Smith. Can see him going all in here. Joel Smith trying to be a repeat offender of winning. But he'll fold here, giving Lester more chips, now up to 1.3 million. Greg and Brett will most likely fold. Actually, Brett will raise to 200,000. Lester will shove all in. Brett just 385 left. He'll fold. But now we'll see. Brett's on the chopping block. He's down there enough. He can't survive really more than an orbit fully financing around that table. So he'll definitely be going all in here really soon. Joel Smith also in the same boat. This is the first time we've really seen some really good separation in chip stacks. Clear separation at that. At one point when we came back from break and it was 5-handed, I think we were all around that, I think it was even 8 big blind mark. Pretty even chip stacks. But Greg and Lester pulling away as the favorites. Lester will make it 280. Greg Larson will call.
The 2 big stacks.
Flop comes 8, king, 10, 2 hearts. Greg flopping an open ender. Lester will act first and bet 200,000. Greg just call.
All right, now we're seeing some money go in after the flop.
It's a good sign.
All right, pot's getting bigger. 1 million chips in this one.
Queen on the turn.
Pulls Greg ahead.
Be another 200,000. Lester doesn't even think about it. He'll tango. Deuce on the river is a blank. Greg will be taking this pot home. Unless Lester makes him decide otherwise. Check. I think Greg checked as well. It is a scary board just to have second top pair. But Greg will win. And this is our first player to eclipse the 2 million chip mark. So, knowing that, Lester's now down to that 10 big blind level, Greg having nearly 60% of the chips in the field. I think we'll be seeing Joel and Brett shove all in as soon as they have an even halfway decent hand. And there it is. Joel understands the assignment. And our 2 short stacks, but surely we won't see Brett call, but he's down to 225K left. Joel getting some much needed chips. So yeah, hopefully we get a little bit more excitement here coming soon, but I'm sure it will. Shouldn't be too much longer. Our blinds should raise and it's going to force them to go all in or just get blinded out. Well,
the blinds keep going back and forth, but now you have 2 players kind of separating from the other two. It almost is looks like it's becoming a 2-horse race, but still, anything's possible when blinds are this high. Any raised pot, as we saw in the last one, gets you over $1 million real quick. So, Lester, where are you?
Uh-oh. Lester's cards will go into the muck. Brett's in the small blind. He's now down to 185. He's got 2 free hands, and then he's in the big blind. You're going to want to go in all in before you hit that big blind. Either hope that no one calls and you're able to use the blinds and antes there to help finance your next round, next orbit. Or it's busto time. There he is. He's back. Didn't get to check his emails quick. Reception in here is spotty. Greg will be raising it up here. Looks like 325. 330, 335. $340. Joel will most likely be going all in. Folds.
And fold.
Interesting.
All right. Well, Greg Larson is seeming to be the player that has got the big chip stack, and now he's driving the action. Going to make these other players play for their tournament, more or less every hand that they're going to see.
Players and dealer all having a good time out there. It's good to see. That's what the Free Poker Network is all about. We should really have a convertible standing desk in the future so as to promote good blood flow throughout the body, keeping our brains sharp. Lester's going to shove here. Oh, we're going to see a call. This is what we've been waiting for. It could be down to 3 players here. Greg Larson, Big Slick. Lester, Ace-5 suited. 6-Jack-10. Lester's going to need a 5 or runner diamonds. There's a 7. And a 7 on the river will eliminate Lester in 4th place. He'll take home a $1,500 prize package, which is just cash, and we're down to 3 players remaining. Third and second place get paid the same as all the way up to 20th place.
And wow, now over $3 million for Greg. So, we'll,
Brett will be all in this hand. He's in the big blind. He's all in, I believe. I believe it's the big blind ante first, if you can't cover the full amount. And then the big blind. It appears as if Brett does actually have like 1 or 2 chips left. It could be like 10,000. Joel, now or never, bud. I really think Joel's just having too good of a time on the table to want to force too much action. There it is. Got it all in for about 685,000. Greg?
Smart play here. Just fold. Let the big blind and Joel go at it. You don't want to obviously double him up with your stack of over 3.2, so you fold here and then let Joel go after the big blind. Yep, there you go. Not much of a decision.
Brett, monster raise. Actually, it's just a call. Flop comes. 10 king 3 all hearts. Joel Smith. I think just a full house would save Brett. And there it is. Joel Smith will knock Brett Zimmerman out in 3rd place. Folks, we are down to 2.
Heads up, heads up, heads up.
So there you have it. Joel Smith, Greg Larson, final 2, playing for that bracelet right there. And then some. Wow. Joel Smith and Greg Larson, both Minnesota boys, so one thing we can say for sure is Minnesota is taking home the crown this year. Used to have a lot of players from Chicago on the table, a couple Delawareanites, even a Nebraskanite.
But ultimately, it comes down to 2 players from the state of Minnesota. And so we'll get started here in a moment with our heads-up match. How about this, Brian? Someone from the land of 10,000 lakes is going home with $10,000 buy-in.
Wow, there you go.
See, it's not too late.
You are still sharp.
There's still a little something in there. I got to dig deep, but
Yeah. And of course, once this tournament concludes,
we start tearing things down
tear down.
immediately. Now, if I was here to help set up, does that mean I have to help tear down, or do I do both?
You kind of make the mess, got to clean up your mess.
But I would say that setting up is the cleaning up of the mess.
It kind of is. We're about to make a big mess by tearing down, cleaning up that mess, loading it into a vehicle. I cannot remember what time our flights leave tomorrow back to
3:30, I think.
3:40 p.m. That sounds like time for slots. Or really what I do need is time for sleeping in. Whether it was getting up early to help get people registered or move along these tournaments, get stuff set up each day, or this morning getting out there for some pleasure. That's pleasure and leisure activities put together. Made it out, played a new disc golf course here in Vegas, the Piccoli Ranch disc golf course. It really cool. It winds between a bunch of neighborhoods.
Huh.
So it's just like one long park, and they have a 18-hole course there. That's another new one for me. I'm creeping up on, I think, 90 new courses in the U.S.
So let's get going. Heads up here, 3.2 million chips for Greg Larson. And he will fold his first option. Joel Smith with just under $1 million, so 3-1 chip lead for Greg.
Can turn around real quick. They got all in, of course. And it's really at these heads up when we really need to be watching our dealer's hands here. We'll see if that left pointer finger of Shane is holding up all right. I think that's raising it up to is it 290? 280. Greg Larson will make the call. King 7-8 on the flop. No one gets a piece of the action.
Check, check.
Yeah. Another 8. See a check from Greg. Joel will fire away for 150,000, and Greg will fold. Chip stack's getting a little bit more even now. Joel's at 1.3. Greg down to 2.8.
Yeah, 3-time chip lead down to a 2-time chip lead.
We know Joel's having fun. Could be a facade he's putting on to perhaps kind of rock Greg to sleep, and then before you know it, Joel just pounces in our champion for this promotion. Joel, of course, is has won a national championship before, I believe, multiple. Greg, I think, this would be a first time and be a brand new champion in Greg Larson, should he pull off the win. We also getting down to the end here, but we don't want to forget to thank Poker News for teaming up and being here all weekend long. Poker News has up-to-the-minute updates. Is he still here?
I'm sure Matt's still around.
Yeah? It's pretty incredible how they update that so quickly. Not every hand, but the notable ones. thank everyone for staying tuned in on Facebook and YouTube. Greg waking up to pocket jiggities. Still have yet to see what Joel has in his hand. But Greg will raise to 280. Joel's got nothing. Blinds are up. May have been for a little bit, but they're at 60, 120. The big blind ante's gone away. As we are heads up now. It is? Oh, ante's still up. Never mind. That's great. 240 total for the big blind every time. That's a significant portion. I like that because it eliminates the whole back and forth between the blinds a little bit. I guess it's proportional if you keep folding in the small blind. But it does cripple a player more if they do 2 or 3 times in the big blind and keep folding away from it. It's a lot of chips going into the other player's stack. Joel Smith, ace-9 offsuit. There it is, Joel's all in. Greg just doesn't have enough in his hand to call that. It's always funny with heads-up play. Could it seem like it's going forever, and then it's over? Just like that. It'll take you by surprise. So if you're still tuned in, it is worth it to see it through to the end. It could all be over in the blink of an eye. Probably not this hand, though. Shane, our dealer, informed us, I think I said this earlier, it was a long time ago, it feels like, but Shane did get home last night after dealing for us. Said he fell asleep to the live stream, which we'll take it as a compliment.
Well, right now, Shane's not dealing much to these two players. They just keep trading the blinds and antes back and forth. And a small blind folding on the button.
There she is again. The coveted prize this year is that bracelet, next year's promotion. Basically doubling our prize pool this year. Guaranteed 100K Vegas World Championship. It's Free Poker Network's next promotion. I believe it's live now. Had our fun tag team championship last night.
A limp and a check. We're finally going to see a flop. It's been a while.
Oh, and they both catch a piece of it. Joel will check. Greg's reaching for chips. I think he said 400. Joel's all in. And a call. Folks, we are going to potentially see a double up.
Boy, it sure would be fun to win this tournament if you are Greg Larson right now by hitting a deuce. And then the picture forever is you holding 7 deuce. And that's
Greg has
who you won with.
11 outs.
Yeah, picked up a lot of outs on that turn.
And a 10, Joel Smith will double up off Greg Larson. Wow. Joel Smith will now have 2.7 million in chips. Greg Larson, it's not over yet. $11 outs. What are the odds? Just under 25%.
8, 9, 10, yeah. So they essentially just flip-flop spots. Joel now at 2.7 and Greg at 1.5.
Joel's wife, Nikki, trying to get a good vantage point. We'll extend another happy birthday to Nikki Smith.
Not anymore.
As of yesterday, happy belated birthday.
Stopped being her birthday 46 minutes ago.
I'm sure there's a time zone where it's still her birthday.
Hawaii.
Hawaii.
Yeah, yeah. All right, back to it.
By Joel's wife, the PLB is Professional Luck Box on Joel's.
I was wondering what that is. I was trying to come up with an acronym for the PLB.
But apparently he's the Professional Luck Box.
Professional Luck Box. That little tidbit of information coming from our Tidbits and Fun Facts team. Joel Smith will call.
Down to 2. Yeah, that's what I heard. I heard Larson say, oh, we got to check.
We see the flop, deuce 4 ace. Greg shoving, Joel folding. Greg was wearing that hat, I would probably think it stood for Professional Larry Bird. We are in Vegas. You see a lot of impersonators out there. I heard Greg does have a circle reserved out on Fremont, signing some autographs tonight. His character is Larry Bird if he were a Vikings fan. That's a pretty cool shirt, black on black.
Yeah, the brand is Unreal, UNRL. It's a Minnesota brand. It's good stuff. I have a couple of their golf jackets.
Oh.
Yeah.
We could see a call here. It's possible.
Effort is what you usually hear right before a call in this situation.
There is a $10,000 and a bracelet. Implications on the line, though, for an effort I'll call. That is where the big pay jump happens, is from second to first place. First pay jump was from 21st to 20th place. Joel just sitting in the think tank for a bit. Appears as if he's just having a side conversation with the dealer. All right, there. So Greg will scoop that pot. 1.8. We're getting closer to even. Just a half a mil separates these two. Joel, in his spare time at home, plows his neighbor's driveways. He's a nice guy.
That's Minnesotan.
Yeah. Piece of the flop for both. $300,000 is the bet. I don't think Joel's going anywhere. In fact, he'll most likely go all in. Greg in his spare time. Oh, we have a raise. To $1 million? No. Raise to $1 million. And a call. Interesting. Greg in his spare time goes to furniture stores and tests out the recliners and doesn't buy anything ever.
I don't think that's true.
That's definitely not true. All right, so Greg's left with 575,000 in chips, and we'll see a turn. 5 of diamonds. Greg's all in. We have a call.
This
Folks.
could be it.
Wow. Need to avoid a jack or a 6 on the river. And it's an 8 of hearts. Greg Larson.
Not over yet.
We're going to verify.
Oh, we're going to just double check.
But Joel Smith, multi-national champion, takes home the Chasin Bracelets main event down, taking home the $10,000 World Series of Poker prize package, $1,500, and the bracelet. Great tournament run by Greg Larson. Held on to his chip lead throughout the final table. Holy cow, Joel Smith. If you can hear the hoots and hollers, that's Joel's wife, Nikki. Joel just bursting at the seams with joy.
It looks a little stunned. He played a lot of poker this week here at the Golden Nugget.
So we want to thank you all. This might do it. We might leave it rolling for a little bit to see the final shots, but that's going to do it for us here in the booth. My name's Brian. This is Chris Hansen. Thank you guys for joining us. 27 people on YouTube seeing through it to the end. Signing out from Vegas. We'll see you all next year.